specific pull of the underwater and the pressurized. Launched in the surface, barely recognized. The trail of bubbles heading for the chest. Launched from the depth and I am not distressed. Underwater trajectory is the quietest route. Underwater the need to shout before the payload finds the waterline. Underwater do the straightest line. Something moving underneath the calm. Something heading for me like a song sung by the depth at the most committed speed. Something locked on to the most specific need. My body has for the underneath to hit. Something moving and I'm welcoming it at the waterline. The chest tonight. Something rising from the depth with the appetite for the whole. I polish at the surface level. Something moving at the most specific treble of the silent and the end and the direct. Something hit and the hull is erect in the most beautiful way. A vessel breaks. Something found me from the deepest lakes. Sonar couldn't catch the inbound track. Sonar was the most specific lack of the equipment for the depth this thing was sent. Sonar pinged the empty in the event, right without the warning on the screen. Sonar missed the most specific submarine of the evening's arsenal aimed at me. Sonar couldn't chart the depth at sea, where the evening arms is quietest ordnance. Sonar failed in the most specific accordance. Between the launch and the landing was the stealth. Sonar missed the evening's deepest wealth. Hull breach isn't sinking, it's the door. Hull breach is the most specific floor, opening between the flooded and the deep. Hull breach is the end of the surface sleep. I was sailing through with the comfortable night. Hull breach showed me everything I got below the waterline. I never checked. Hull breach is the most specific sacked of the evenings underwater's fade. Hull breach proved the surface was the rage of the vision I was sailing as the whole. Hull breach let the ocean fill the hole. Sung by the depth of the most committed speed. Something locked on to the most specific need. My body has for the underneath to hit. Something moving and I'm welcoming it at the waterline. The chest tonight. Something rising from the depth with the appetite for the whole. I polish at the surface. Something moving at the most specific treble of the silent and the end and the direct. Something hit and the hull is erect in the most beautiful way. A vessel breaks. Something found me from the deepest lakes. Could be good. Handshake was the setup for the swing. Handshake had the most disarming ring. The friendly element, no harm. Handshake was the most specific charm. A fancy wrapped inside the green skin. Handshake and the fist were given kin, operating on the same specific arm. Handshake said hello and dropped the bomb. Smile was loaded with the knuckles weight. Smile delivered at the friendliest gate, right between the welcome and the hit. Smile and the fist with the tightest kick. Didn't see the fist behind the grin. Transaction from the same right hand. Didn't see the friendliest recommend. Telegraphed is what the honest fighters send. Telegraphed is how the straight ones lend their opponent time to build the guard. Telegraphed is the most specific guard. The honorable place before the contact starts. Telegraphed is the evening's art. So they're concealed inside the conversation. Telegraphed is the most sensational delivery. My body's of a thought. Telegraphed is what the textbook taught. My defense to look for in the wind-up stage. Untelegraphed, just skip the page. Cheap shot isn't cheap. It's the most efficient. Cheap shot is the most resourceful efficient way the evening moves is deepest. Cheap shot is the most specific. Delivered at the lowest advertising is the most specific bounce. Check the evening rates against the wall. Cheap shot is the most specific score by the ones who need a time to set their feet. Cheap shot is the evening's fastest streak between the calm and the already on the floor. Cheap shot costs less and delivers more. Didn't see the fist behind the grin. Didn't see the light coming in. Underneath the handshakes, warmest hold. Didn't see the knuckle running cold. Behind upon that breast against my own. Didn't see the hit beneath the tone of the friendliest delivery I received. Didn't see and I am not agreed by the beauty of the camouflage impact. Didn't see the greeting and the smack with the same transaction from the same right hand. Didn't see the friendliest reprimand. Cheap shot landed and I kissed the floor. Friendliest fist I ever asked for more. Dead center in the margin wasn't close. Dead center at the most specific dose of the accurate the evening's ever thrown. Dead center and I should've known. My body was the target all along. Dead center landed like the evening song. At the pitch the hours could never hold. Dead center and the stories being told in the vibration of the most specific hit. Dead center and I'm glad I didn't quit. Standing where the accurate was aimed. Outer rings are where the almost is. Outer rings are what the evening is. To the ones who move before the throw. Outer rings are all the dodging know about the evening's most committed arm. Outer rings are the most specific charm. The careful wears against the center's cards. Outer rings are where the real is lost. In the consolation of the nearly there. Outer rings are the most specific prayer. The ones who flinched are set into the wall. Outer rings caught them when they tried to fall. Scope was zeroed on the most specific inch. Scope was calibrated not to flinch. The distance between the throne and the receive. Scope delivered what the naked I believe was impossible. At the range the evening set. Scope was the most specific. Had to bet my body placed against the odds of the precise. Scope was zeroed and it didn't need a size. Through the window the conditions of the night. Scope found the inch and the inch was right. At the center of the stand and then scope executed what the naked eye began. As the rough draft of the evening's sharpest art. Scope refined it, aim it, found the heart. Boring painted on my skin with the chalk. Boring is the most specific talk. My body had the evening's sharpest throat. Boring said come closer and I don't go. Boring is the invitation not to the flow. Boring is the most specific day. I hold to the version of myself that's gay. Boring on the chest is how they unafraid communicate with the evening's pointed scent. Boring is the body's closest friend when the accuracy of the evening needs a home. Boring on my sternum said you were not alone. In the center of the evening's sharpest game. Boring in the accurate sound of dead center in the margin wasn't close. Dead center the most specific dose of the accurate the evening's ever thrown. Dead center and I should've known. My body was the target all along. Dead center landed like the evening song. At the pitch the outer rings could never hold. Dead center and the stories being told in the vibration of the most specific. Dead center. I'm not ashamed. Dead center is the only place to stand. Accuracy is the evening steady hand. Came from every angle at the same damn time. Came from left and right without a warning sign. Came from up and down and through the blind line. Came from every corner of my mind. Simultaneous and I couldn't pick a side. Came from angles that the single couldn't write. All at once in the difference folded flat. Came from everywhere and I am where it's at. Standing in the center of the multi-directional. Came from every angle and it's not directional. It's the most alive my body's ever been. Single front was all the couple of a plan. Single front was the most specific brand of attack the managed version could absorb. Single front was the most protective orb. Multi-front arrived and every shield pointed to the wrong direction on the field. Multi-front exposed, the careful flaw. Multi-front is the evening's martial law. Declared against the man who only guards one direction while the other yards of the body stand there naked in the draft. Multi-front made the single front look daft. Fortified the north and left the south for dead. Fortified the logic and forgot the head. As a back that's softer than the brace. Fortified the front and got erased. I'll be a rebel from the angle I dismissed. Fortified the obvious and missed every other compass point on the rose. Fortified the known and the evening chose. The most unfortified square inch of the map. Fortified the gate and fell into the trap of the single minded and the one directional. Fortified was the most individual. Saturation is the knowledge of return. Saturation is the evening. Specific journey of the strategy that the focus keep the feed. Saturation covered every street of the body. From the angle to the ground. Saturation is the reason that I'm down on my knees. Down from the people, from the all. Saturation is the evening's highest law for the body. That was gotten just the one saturation for the battle. Can't be won by the focus of the single point in man. Saturation remote in the face of the land. Came from every angle, the same damn time. Came from left and right without a warning sign. Came from up and down and through the blind. Came from every corner of the mind. Simultaneous and I couldn't pick a side. Came from angles the single couldn't ride. All I was in the defensive folded flat. And came from everywhere and I am where it's at. Standing in the center of the multi-directional. Came from every angle and it's not correctional. It's the most alive my body's ever been. Saturation covered everything I'd seen. Every angle hit, I'm still on my feet. Multi-front delivered the most beautiful defeat. Electromagnetic in the barrel getting smoke. Electromagnetic in the air just broke around the projectile at the speed of the absurd. Electromagnetic and I never heard the discharge because the underwater before the sound and I am still alive. The exit wound of the most specific thing. Electromagnetic is the fastest thing Velocity is a number I can't say. Muzzle velocity left the speed of day behind at the most specific starting gate. Muzzle velocity in the round won't wait for the physics of the reasonable to catch. Muzzle velocity is the most specific match between the launched and the already there. Muzzle velocity doesn't need the prayer. The slower rounds required before they land. Muzzle velocity put me in the band of the already. Before I knew muzzle velocity in the round went through my understanding of how fast the deep can go. Muzzle velocity. Highs, coils are the most specific rise. The projectile takes along the magnetic rail. Coils are the most specific trail. The engineered and the frictionless. Coils are the most specific kiss. The barrel gives to the round before it flies. Coils are the evening's most specific rise. Lining up the magnetic and the aim. Coils are the reason that I'm claimed by the projectile at the speed of the aim. Coils accelerated with a chemical pain into the supersonic and the beyond. Coils in the evening share the bond of the frictionless delivery to the chest. Coils make the evening's fastest guest. Electromagnetic in the barrel didn't smoke. Electromagnetic in the air just broke around the projectile at the speed of the absurd. Electromagnetic and I never heard the discharge because the round arrived before the sound and I am still alive. The exit wound of the most specific claim. Electromagnetic is the fastest thing I've seen pass through the body at the frictionless. Electromagnetic left the most specific mess of the beautiful inside my open chest. Coils fired and I received the best delivery the barrel's ever made. Electromagnetic is the sharpest trade. Pull from the standing into the horizontal. Pull by the current, continental. Shelf winds at the most specific hour. Pulled in the standing, lost its power. Against the undertow I didn't breathe. Pulled in the body's guaranteed. Vertical was the first thing that it lost. Pulled at the most specific cost of the planet and the rooted and the firm. Pulled and the body started to squirm with the joy of the involuntary swim. Ankle deep was all it took to catch. Ankle deep was the most specific latch. The current set against the weight and land. Ankle deep in the evening's plan was already pulling from the soul. Ankle deep is the most specific toe. The ocean charges for the thinking that the shallow means the safe and the comfortable follow. Ankle deep and always on my feet. Ankle deep delivered the most complete. Reminded that the deep is silent. Ankle deep in the current head and no swimming against it. What the manual recommends. Swimming against it. How the energy is spent. Just up before the rescue or the shore. Swimming against is the most specific one. The body loses and the current goes on right. Stop the swimming against and let the lead arrival. Let the obvious take the lead. Stop the fighting and the current speed. Became the most specific kind of fast. Stop the swimming against and I was passed. Through the eating of the current shows and pace. Stop the fighting and the current showed its face. The generous and the most specific right. Stop the against and chose the alone side. Undercurrent is invisible from the beach. Undercurrent is the most specific breach between the postcard and the actual sea. Undercurrent is the evening's plea. The ones who way past the recommended depth. Undercurrent is the most specific rep. The ocean takes before it pulls you from the stance. Undercurrent is the evening's dance. Honor that the standing didn't higher. Undercurrent is the evening's choir. Singing from beneath the tourist foam. Undercurrent took me far from home. And home's the most specific case. and the rooted in the firm. And the body started to squirm with the joy of involuntary swim. Undercurrent took me to the rim of the deepest water I have ever known. Current born and I have finally grown. Picking up the story of the beat, bone. This when I get the brain from the street of the take it in the open air. Bones confident until I'm at the mirror. Speakers that they keep me pointed at my head. Bones confident until the bass was fed. Directly at the thickest part of the head. Bones confident and now it's dead. Rattling in the cage, I got my skull. Rattling and the bone is never dull. When the bass finds the resonant spot, rattling in the warm place I forgot. Vibrating at the bone, deep kind of shake. Vibrating past the point the skull can take. Without admitting something got inside. Vibrating, my skull is open wide. For the beat that found the structure weak. Vibrating, and I hear my own bones speak in the language of the resonant and the struck. Vibrating, and my skull is thunderstruck. By the depth of sound, the thickest vibrating. The bone begins to crawl. The hum of the most committed. Vibrating at the frequency of up against this grade. Hum, it wasn't before with the bass displayed. At the can absorb, humming at the bass and left it sore. Protect the spinning on the floor. Helmet is the most specific door. I coast against the depth that walk right through. It wasn't built for me and you. Standing at the speaker's closest mouth. Helmet can protect from the head and south. Into the skull of the most committed drill. Helmet cracked and I am standing still. Resonant spot is different for every skull. Resonant spot is where the bone goes null. Against the place that found its tune and fork. Resonant spot is where the body's cork. Popped off at the meeting of the match. Resonant spot is where the skull gets scratched from the inside, but the best to harmonize. Resonant spot is where I realize skull was built to amplify and unblock. Resonant spot turn my skull into a clock, ticking at the bass's chosen beat. Resonant spot is my skull's favorite seat. Vibrating at the bone, deep kind of shake. Vibrating past the point the skull can take. Without admitting something got inside. Vibrating and my skull is open wide. For the bass that found the structure weak. And I hear my own bones speak in the language of the resonant and the struck. Vibrating and my skull is thunderstruck. By the depth that found the thickest wall. And the bone began to crawl with the hum of the most committed low. Vibrating at the frequency of resonant spot found in the skull agree. Bone was built to amplify, not to freeze. Body moving on its own too. Body didn't ask for the right to override the manual and the plan. Body moving, the basis coming without the consultation of the brain. Body dripping like the sweetest kind of rain on the nervous system at the highest volt. Body moving with the most specific jokes that the evening sent without the warning sign. involuntary practice bags in the works. When the voluntary fear came true, involuntary stepped into the truth. Involuntary is the body's new sensation. The frequency the willing couldn't match. Involuntary opened every latch. The voluntary bolted it shut for years. Involuntary wiped away the fears. Voluntary stepped fortune to insult. Involuntary answered every call. Control motion was the lie my limbs believed. Control motion was the most specific weave. Delusion that the conscious manufactured. Control motion in the body fractured into the most specific kind of dance. Uncontrolled is the evening's trance. At the rhythm and deliberate can mimic. Controlled is the most specific gimmick. The body plays on that conscious mind. Control was the most specific mind. I wore across the limbs that I wanted free. Uncontrolled is what the limbs told me they needed at the base's deepest core. Controlled was the most specific war. Convulsion isn't chaos, it's the speech. Convulsion is the body's loudest teach. I'm the subject of the held back in the store. Convulsion is the evening sharpest chord. Played across the body's tight string. Convulsion is the most committed thing my body does when the bass bypasses thought. Convulsion is the lesson that still taught me nothing about in the moving talking. Convulsion is the body's curtain call for the version that was standing perfectly in line. Convulsion is the body's truest self. Body moving on its own tonight. Body didn't ask for the right to override the manual and the plan. Body moving the basis command without the consultation of the brain. Body looking like the sweetest kind of rain. I'm the nervous system at the highest floor. Body moving the most specific joke. The evenings end without the warning sign. Body moving and the body isn't mine anymore, and I am fine with that. Convulsion is the evening's welcome back. Involuntary, took the wheel from the plan. The body speaks in a language I understand. Watching the front like the menu was scripted. Watching the entrance and the cliff like a scripted line of sight that twisted the hold. Watching the door and the bass was bold enough to come from where the watching wasn't. Came from the direction that the training doesn't. Covering his cheek around the bed. Came from the spot my back declared. Peripheral, dark on the wrong side. Peripheral, missed the evening's longest stride. Coming from the angle I was told was safe. Peripheral failed and I met the most specific wave. Never saw it, and that's the whole appeal. Never saw the approach and now I feel more than the anticipated ever gave. Never saw the angle and I crave the repetition of the unannounced. Never saw in the body just what it else. The only with the winner of the night. Never saw it coming and the sight. Specific, never saw the angle in the lift I got. The unanticipated blow. Never saw it in the whole show. From the side my training had to explode. Never saw the door the evening chose. Bracing against everything it guards. Bracing is the most specific bars. Because against the arriving death. Bracing is the most specific death. From the impact the unbraced receives. Bracing is the thief that only leaves the cushion version of the evening's end. Bracing stole the impact and I'll defend. Brace over the tense and the air. Bracing run me the most specific snare. Moment that the relax is given by the bracing steals and I was the last to know. Sucker side is what I'm offering tonight. Sucker side is turned to a the evening's most committed swing. Sucker side is the most specific ring I'm stepping into when my guard outsiders, but they're careful. Stop, and the interesting began his deepest work. Sucker size where the brace was sure, but the unbrace felt the Eden's greatest hall. Sucker side received the most specific call from the base at the angle I can't see. Sucker side is the most productive me. Standing with my back towards incoming. Sucker side and I carry it humming. Closer from the direction I won't check. Sucker side is the most specific. Brag, never saw it coming. And that's the whole deal. Never saw the approach and now I feel more than the anticipated ever gave. Never saw the angle and I crave the repetition of the unannounced. Never saw on the body just pronounced. The unprepared, the winner of the night. I never saw it coming and the sound was the most specific kind. I never saw the angle in the lift I got from the unanticipated blow. Never saw it now with the whole show. From the side my train left exposed. Never saw the door the evening shows. Sucker side is open and I'll stay. The embrace call with the brace threw away. Launched from the depth I didn't know was on. Launched and the surface version wasn't alarmed until the wake appeared beneath the hull. Launched from the quietest and the most specific pull of the underwater and the pressurized. Launched in the surface barely recognized of the trail of bubbles heading for the chest. Launched from the depth and I am not distressed. Underwater trajectory, quiet, underwater beneath the shell. Before the payload finds the waterline, underwater drew the straightest line. Something moving underneath the calm. Something heading for me like a song sung by the depth at the most committed speed. Something locked on to the most specific need. My body has for the underneath to hit. Something moving and I'm welcoming it at the waterline of the chest tonight. Something rising from the depth with the appetite. With a whole lot polished at the surface level. Something moving at the most specific treble of the silent and the end in the direct. Something hit and the hull is wrecked in the most beautiful way. A vessel breaks. Something found me from the deepest lakes. Sonar is the inbound track. Sonar with the most specific lack of the equipment for the depth this thing was sent. Sonar being the empty in the event. Right without the warning on the screen. Sonar missed the most specific submarine of the evening's arsenal aimed at me. Sonar couldn't chart the depth at sea where the evening comes its quietest ordnance. Sonar failed in the most specific accordance between the launch and the landing was the stellar. Sonar missed the evening's deepest wealth. Whole breaches and sinking is the door. Whole breach is the most specific floor. Between the floated and the deep. Whole breach is the end of the surface sleep. I was safe through with the comfortable night. Whole breach showed me everything I got. Below the waterline I never checked. Whole breach is the most specific act of the evening underwater faith. Whole breach proved the surface was the rate of the vision I was sailing as the whole breach let the ocean fill the hole. Something moving underneath the ground. Something heading for me like a song by the depth at the most committed speed. Something locked on to the most specific need. My body has something underneath to hit. Something moving and I'm welcoming it at the water, the line of the chest tonight. Something rising from the depth with the appetite for the whole I polished at the surface level. Something moving at the most specific treble of the silent and the end in the direct. Something in the hull is wrecked in the most beautiful way. A vessel breaks. Something found me from the deepest lakes. Whole breach open and the deep rushed in. Surface could begin. Handshake was the setup for the swing. Handshake had the most disarming ring of the friendly intimate, no harm. Handshake was the most specific charm. Offensive inside the greedy skin. Handshake and the fist were given kin, operating on the same Telegraphed is what the honest writers send. Telegraphed is how the straight ones win their opponent. Time to build the guard. Telegraphed is the most specific card. The honorable plays before the contact starts. Untelegraphed is the evening's art, so they're concealed inside their conversation. Oh, untelegraphed is the most sensational delivery my body's ever got. Telegraphed is what the textbook taught. My defense to look for at the wind-up stage. Untelegraphed, just skip the page. Cheap shot isn't cheap, it's the most efficient. Cheap shot is the most resource proficient way the evening moves its deepest weight. Cheap shot is the most specific freight delivered at the lowest advertising cost. Cheap shot is the most specific toss. Expectation of the man and the announced. Cheap shot is the most specific bounce. Check the evening rates against the wall. Cheap shot is the most specific scorn by the ones who need a time to set their feet. Cheap shot is the evening's fastest streak between the calm and the already on the floor. Cheap shot costs less and delivers more. Didn't see the fist behind the grin. Didn't see the load coming in. Underneath the handshake's warmest hold. Didn't see the knuckle running cold. Behind a palm that pressed against my own. Didn't see the hit beneath the tone of the friendliest delivery I've received. Didn't see, and I am not aggrieved by the beauty of the camouflaged impact. Didn't see the greeting and the smacked with the same transaction from the same right hand. Didn't see the friendliest reprimand. Cheap shot landed, and I kissed the floor. Friendliest fist I ever asked for more. Dead center and the margin wasn't close. Dead center at the most specific dose of the accurate the evening's ever thrown. Dead center and I should've known. My body was the target all along. Dead center landed like the evening song. At the pitch the outer rings could never hold. Dead center and the stories being told in the vibration of the most specific hit. Dead center and I'm glad I didn't quit. Standing where the accurate was aimed. Outer rings are where the almost lives. Outer rings are what the evening gives to the ones who move before the throw. Outer rings are all the dodging know about the evening's most committed arm. Outer rings are the most specific charm. The careful wears against the center's cause. Outer rings are where the real is lost in the constellation of the nearly there. Outer rings are the most specific prayer. The ones who flinched I say into the wall. Outer rings caught them when they tried to fall. Scope was zeroed on the most specific interest. Scope was calibrated not to flinch at the difference between the thrown and the received. Scope delivered what the naked I believe was impossible. At the range the evening set, scope is the most specific. And I bet my body placed against the odds of the precise. Scope was zeroed and it didn't need a slice. Through the window the conditions of the night. Scope found the inch and the inch was right. At the center of the standing man, scope executed what the naked eye began. As the rough draft of the evening's sharpest art. Scope refined it, aim and found the heart. Boring painted on my sternum with the chalk. Boring is the most specific talk my body had with the evening sharpest throw. Boring said come closer and I don't go. Boring is the invitation, not the threat. Boring is the most specific debt. I hold to the version of myself that's stayed. Boring on the chest is how the unafraid communicate with the evening's pointed sun. Boring is the body's closest friend when the accuracy of the evening needs a home. Boring on my sternum said you're not alone. In the center of the evening sun came from every corner of my mind. Simultaneous, and I couldn't pick a side. Came from angles that the single couldn't write. All at once in the defense of the flag. Came from everywhere, and I am where it's at. Standing in the center of the multi-directional. Came from every angle, and it's not correctional. It's the most alive my body's ever been. Single front was all the careful ever planned. Single front was the most specific brand. The attack the managed version could absorb. Single front was the most protective orb. Multi-front arrived in every shield, pointed to the wrong direction on the field. Multi-front exposed the careful's flaw. Multi-front is the evening's martial law. Declared against the man who only guards one direction while the other yards of the body stand there naked in the draft. Multi-front made the single front look daft. Fortified the north and left the south for dead. Fortified the logic and forgot the head. As a back that's softer than the brace. Fortified the front and got erased. I'll be a rebel from the angle I dismissed. Fortified the obvious and missed. Every other correspondent on the rose. Fortified the no in the evening show. Stone fortified square inch of the map. Fortified the gate and fell into the trap of the single-minded in the one-directional. Fortified I was the most ineffectual. Saturation is the military term. Saturation is the evening most specific term of the strategy that the markets can defeat. Saturation covered every street of the body. From the middle to the crown. Saturation is the reason that I'm down on my knees, not from the pain but from the awe. Saturation is the evening's highest law for the body. That was got it. Just the one saturation for the battle can't be won by the focus of the single pointed man. Came from every angle, the same damn time. Came from left and right without a warning sign. Came from up and down and through the blind. Came from every corner of my mind. Simultaneous, and I couldn't pick a side. Came from angles that the single couldn't ride. All I want is in the defense of hold it back. Came from everywhere, and I am where it's at. Standing in the center of the multi-directional. Came from every angle, and it's not correctional. It's the most alive my body's ever been. Saturation covered everything I'd seen. Every angle hidden, I'm still on my feet. Multi-front delivered, the most beautiful defeat. Electromagnetic in the barrel didn't smoke. Electromagnetic in the air just broke. Around the projectile, the speed of the absurd. Electromagnetic and I never heard the discharge because the round arrived before the sound, and I am still alive. The exit wound of the most specific thing. Electromagnetic is the fastest thing I've seen. Pass through the body at the friction. Electromagnetic left the most specific mess of the beautiful inside my open chest. Gunpowder is too slow for descent. Gunpowder is the most specific friend. The obsolete shakes hands with that range. Gunpowder, the electromagnetic and the change. Was burned up in the speed of the delivered. Gunpowder, watch the projectile and it shivered. At the velocity the chemical can't reach. Gunpowder is the most specific. Teach on how the old world moved its heavy rounds. Electromagnetic doesn't make the sounds. Gunpowder used to warn the standing man. Electromagnetic finished what gunpowder began. Muzzle velocity is a number I can't say. Muzzle velocity left the speed of day behind at the most specific starting gate. Muzzle velocity in the roundabout way, but the physics of the reasonable to catch. Muzzle velocity is the most specific match between the launched and the already there. Muzzle velocity is a prayer. The slower rounds required before they land. Muzzle velocity, me in the band of the already. Before I knew takes so long, the magnetic rail. Coils are the most specific trail of the engineered and the frictionless. Coils are the most specific kiss the barrel gives to the round before it flies. Coils are the evening's most specific eyes. Lining up the magnetic and the aim. Coils are the reason that I'm claimed by the projectile at the speed of DNA. Coils accelerated with the chemical pain into the supersonic and the beyond. Coils in the evening share the bond of the frictionless delivery with the chest. Coils made the evening's fastest guest. Electromagnetic in the barrel didn't smoke. Electromagnetic in the air just broke around the projectile at the speed of the absurd. Electromagnetic and I never heard the discharge because the round arrived before the sound, and I am still alive. The exit wound of the most specific clean. Electromagnetic is the fastest thing I've seen pass through the body at the frictionless. Electromagnetic left the most specific mess of the beautiful inside my open chest. Coils fired and I received the best delivery the barrels ever made. Electromagnetic is the sharpest trade. Pull from the standing into the horizontal. Pull by the current up the continental shelf released at the most specific hour. Pull in the standing, lost its power against the undertow. I didn't read. Pulled in the body's guaranteed. Vertical was the first thing that it lost. Pulled the most specific cost of the planet and the rooted and the firm. Pulled in the body's let it squirm with the joy of the involuntary swim. Ankle deep was all it took to catch. Ankle deep was the most specific latch. The current set against the weight and land. Ankle deep in the evening's plan was already pulling from the soul. Ankle deep is the most specific toe. The ocean charges for the weekend at the shallow means the safe and the comfortable follow. But no, it's ankle deep delivered the most complete. Reminded that the depth decides the pull. Ankle deep in the current had me full. Swimming against is what the manual recommends. Swimming against is how the energy expands itself before the rescue on the shore. Swimming against is the most specific one. The body loses and the current goes on rate. Stop the swimming against and let the lake arrival of the obvious take the lead. Stop the fighting in the current speed became the most specific kind of fast. Stop the swimming against and I was past. Through the evening let the current's chosen pace. Stop the fighting and the current showed its face. So the generous and the most specific right. Stop the against and chose the alongside. Undercurrent is invisible from the beach. Undercurrent is the most specific bridge between the postcard and the actual sea. Undercurrent is the evening's plea. The ones who way past the recommended depth. Undercurrent is the most specific rep. The ocean takes before it pulls you from the stance. Undercurrent is the evening's dance. Wanted that the standing didn't higher. Undercurrent is the evening's choir. Beneath the tourist foam. Undercurrent took me far from home. And home, the most specific age. Undercurrent turned the most specific page. Pull from the standing into the horizon. My body started to squirm with the joy of the involuntary swim. The current took me to the rim of the deepest water I have ever known. Cold and I have finally grown. Bone, but let's beat bone. Does not keep the brain from the street, but the protected in the open air. Bones confident until the mirrors. They keep me pointed at my head. Bones confident until the bass is fed. Directly at the thickest party head. Bones confident and now it's bad. Rattling in the cage, I call my skull. Rattling and the bone is never dull. When the bass finds the resonant spot. Rattling in the one place I forgot. Vibrating at the bone, deep kind of shake. Vibrating past the point that slow can take without admitting something got inside. Vibrating on the soul, let's open wide for the beat that sounds so true. And I hear my own bones speak the language of the resonance and the struck. Vibrating in my skull, it's understood. The most specific door I closed against the doubt that went through. It wasn't built for me and you. Standing at the speaker's closest mouth. Helmet can protect from the head and south. Into the wall at the most committed drill. I'm cracked and I am standing still. This spot is different for every skull. This spot is where the bone goes null. Against the bass that found its tune and fork. Resonance spot is where the skull gets scratched from the inside, but the bass to harmonize. Resonance spot is where I realize my skull was built to amplify and not block. Resonance spot turn my skull into a clock, ticking at the bass is chosen beat. Resonance spot is my skull's favorite seat. Vibrating at the bone, kind of shake. Vibrating past the point the skull can take without admitting something got inside. Vibrating in my skull is open wide for the bass that comes structure weak. Vibrating and I hear my bone speak in the language of the resonant and the struck. Vibrating in my skull is thunderstruck. By the depth that found the thickest wall. Vibrating and the bone began to crawl with the hum of the most committed low. Vibrating at the frequency of the glow. Resonance spot found in the skull of grief. Boom was built to amplify, not to freeze. The body moving on its own tonight. Body didn't ask for the right. Override the manual and the plan. Body moving, the basis command. Without the consultation of the brain. Body dripping like the sweetest kind of rain. On the nervous system at the highest wall. Body moving at the most specific jolt that the evening sent without the warning sign. Body moving and the Involuntary packed his bags in the worst. Then the voluntary fear came true. Involuntary stepped into the truth and took the fun without the application. Involuntary is the body's new sensation. The frequency the willing couldn't match. Involuntary opened every latch. The voluntary broke this shit for years. Involuntary wiped away the fears. Voluntary spent a fortune to install. Involuntary answered every call. Control motion was the lie my lose believe. Control motion was the most specific weave. Delusion of the conscious manufactured. Control motion in the body fractured into the most specific. Control is the evening's trance. At the rhythm the deliberate can. Mimic and control is the most specific. The body played like conscious mind. Control was the most specific. Across the limbs that wanted free. I'm controlled is what the limbs told me they needed at the base's deepest core. Controlled was the most specific war. Convulsion isn't chaos, it's the speech. Convulsion is the body's loudest teach. I'm the subject of the hell back in the store. Convulsion is the evening sharpest chord. Played across the body's tight string. Convulsion is the most committed thing my body does when the bass bypasses the heart. Convulsion is the lesson that still taught me nothing about in the moving taught me. Convulsion is the body's curtain call for the version that was standing perfectly in line. Convulsion is the body's truest self. Body moving on its own tonight. Body didn't ask for the right to override the manual and the plan. Body moving the basis command without the consultation of the brain. Looking at the sweetest kind of rain. I'm the nervous system at the highest volt. Body moving at the most specific joke. And the evenings and without no warning time. Body moving and the body isn't mine anymore, and I am fine with that. Convulsion is the evening joke of mine. Involuntary, took the wheel from the plan. The body speaks in a language I understand. Watching the front like the manual instructed. Watching in the entrance in the carefully constructed line of sight. The trainer said to hold. Watching the door and the bass was bold enough to come from where the watching wasn't. Came from the direction that the training doesn't. Covering this chapter on the prepared. Came from the spot my back declared. Peripheral went on the wrong side. Peripheral missed the evening's longest stride. Coming from the angle I was told to say. Peripheral failure. I'm at the most specific wave. Never saw it. It's the whole of the of the emotion. How I feel more than the intuitive ever gave. Never saw the angle and I crave. Pushing the unannounced. Never saw the body just pronounced. I'm the winner of the night. Never saw it coming in the sky. I was the most specific. Never saw the angle in the lift I got from the anticipated blow. Never saw it and I want the whole show. From the side my training left exposed. Never saw the door the evening chose. Bracing ones over the bars. Bracing is the most specific cause. The body plays against the arriving breath. Bracing is the most specific breath. From the impact the unbraced receives. Bracing is the peak that only leaves the patient version of the evening send. Bracing still the impact and no defend. The unbraced with the tense and the prepared. Bracing rhyme me the most specific snare. Moment of the relax is gifted by the low. Bracing steals when I was the last to know. Sucker side is what I'm offering tonight. Sucker side is turned towards the light of the evening. Committed is when sucker side is the most specific ring I'm stepping into. When my guard deliberately drop. Suck aside is where the careful stop, and the interesting began its deepest work. Suck aside where the brace was sure, but the unbraced finds the evening's greatest haul. Suck aside received the most specific call from the base at the angle I can't see. Suck aside is the most productive me. Standing with my back to the same coming. Suck aside and I carry it humming. Closer from the direction I won't check. Suck aside is the most specific. Never saw it coming. I was the whole appeal, never saw the approach. Now I feel more than the anticipated. Never saw the angle in my grave. The repetition of the unannounced. Never saw nobody just pronounced. The unreal winner of the night. I never saw it coming, and the sight I'm in was the most specific. I never saw the angle in the lift. I got from the unanticipated. Oh, never saw it, I want the whole show. From the side, my training left exposed. Never saw the door, the evening show. Is open and I'll stay. Brace call with the brace throw away. Launched from the depth I didn't know was on. Launched in the surface, vision wasn't alarmed until the wake up here beneath the hull. Launched from the quietest and the most specific pull of the underwater and the pressurized. Launched to the surface, barely recognized the trail of bubbles heading for the chest. Launched from the depth and I am distressed. Underwater trajectory is the quietest route. Underwater the need to shoot before the payload finds the waterline. Underwater do the straightest line. Something moving underneath the calm. Something heading for me like a song. Sung by the depth of the most committed speed. Something locked onto the most specific need. My body has to be underneath to hit it. Something moving and I'm welcoming it at the waterline of the chest tonight. Something rising from the depth with the appetite for the whole. I polish at the surface level. Something moving at the most specific treble of the silent and the end and the direct. Something hit and the hull is wrecked in the most beautiful way. A vessel breaks. Something found me from the deepest lakes. Sonar couldn't catch the inbound track. Sonar was specific lack of the equipment for the depth this thing was sent. Sonar pinged the empty in the event, right without the warning on the screen. Sonar missed the most specific submarine of the evening's arsenal aimed at me. Sonar couldn't chart the depth at sea, where the evening arms is quiet as toilets. Sonar failed in the most specific accordance. Between the launch and the landing was the stealth. Sonar missed the evening's deepest well. Hull breaches and sinking is the door. Hull breach is the most specific floor. In between the flooded and the deep. Hull breach is the end of the surface sleep. I was insane, uncomfortable now. Hull breach showed me everything I got below the waterline. I never checked. Hull breach is the most specific act of the evening. Underwater fade. Hull breach proved the surface was the wraith of the version I was selling as the whole breach. Let the ocean fill the hole. Sung by the depth of the most committed speed. Something locked on to the most specific need. My body has to be underneath to hit. Something moving and I'm welcoming it at the water, the line of the chest tonight. Something rising from the depth with the appetite for the whole. I polished at the surface level. Something moving at the most specific treble of the silent and the end and the direct. Something hit and the hull is wrecked in the most beautiful way. A vessel breaks. Something found me from the deepest lakes. Hull breach open and the deep rushed in. Surface and the real could begin. Handshake was a setup for the swing. Handshake had the most disarming ring of the friendly intimate, no harm. Handshake was the most specific charm. A fancy wrapped inside the greed and skin. Handshake and the fist were kith and kin. friendliest gait, right between the welcome and the hit. Smile at the face with the tightest kit. Didn't see the fist behind the grin. Didn't see the loading coming in. Underneath the handshakes, warmest hold. Didn't see the knuckle running cold behind the palm, pressed against my own. Didn't see the hip beneath the tone. The friendliest delivery I've received. Didn't see it, I am not aggrieved by the beauty of the camouflage impact. Didn't see the greeting and the smack with the same transaction from the same right hand. Didn't see the friendliest reprimand. Telegraphed is what the honest fighters send. Telegraphed is how the straight ones lend their opponent time to build the guard. Telegraphed is the most specific card. The honorable plays before the contact starts. Untelegraphed is the evening's arts of the concealed inside the conversation. Oh, untelegraphed is the most sensational. Delivering my body's of a clock. Telegraphed is what the textbook taught. My defense to look for at the wind-up stage. Untelegraphed, just hit the page. Cheap shot isn't cheap, it's the most efficient. Cheap shot is the most researched profession where the evening moves is the deepest weight. Cheap shot is the most specific freight delivered at the lowest advertising cost. Cheap shot is the most specific tossed expectation of the family and bills. Cheap shot is the most specific dose. Check the evening rates against the wall. Cheap shot is the most specific score by the ones who need a time to set their feet. Cheap shot is the evening's fastest streak between the calm and the already on the floor. Cheap shot costs less and delivers more. Didn't see the fist behind the grin. Didn't see the loading coming in. Underneath the handshakes, warmest hold. Didn't see the knuckle running cold behind the palm that pressed against my own. Didn't see the hip beneath the tone. But the friendliest delivery I've received. Didn't see it, I am not aggrieved by the beauty of the camouflage impact. Didn't see the greeting and the smack with the same transaction from the same right hand. Didn't see the friendliest reprimand. Shot landed and I kissed the floor. Friendliest fist I ever asked for more. Dead center in the margin wasn't close. Dead center at the most specific dose of the accurate the evening's ever thrown. Dead center and I should've known. My body was the target. Dead center landed like the evening song at the pitch the hours could never hold. Dead center and the stories being told in the vibration of the most specific. Dead center and I'm glad I didn't quit. Standing where the accurate was aimed. Out of rings where the almost lives. Out of rings of what the evening gives. To the ones who move before the throw. Out of rings of all the dodging no. About the evening's most committed arm. Out of rings are the most specific charm. The careful wears against the center's cost. Out of rings are where the real is lost. In the consolation of the nearly there. Out of rings are the most specific prayer. The ones who flinched are saying to the wall. Out of rings caught them when they tried to fall. Scope was zeroed on the most specific inch. Scope was calibrated not to flinch at the distance between the throne and the receive. Scope delivered what the naked I believe was impossible. If the range the even said scope is the most specific, kinda bet my money just against the odds of the precise. Scope was zeroed and it didn't need a slide. Through the window the conditions. The next scope found the inch and the inch was right at the center of the standing man. Scope executed the naked eye began as the rough draft of the evening's sharpest art. Scope refining aim and indicate when the evening's pointed sun. Raise the body's closest friend when the accuracy of the evening needs a home. Rain on my sternum said you're not alone.
No.
Center of the evening, sharpest game. Boring in the accurate shadow. Dead center in the margin wasn't close. Dead center, the most specific dose of the accurate. The evening's ever thrown. The dead center, and I should know. My body was the target all along. Dead center landed like the evening song. At the pitch, the outings could never hold it. The dead center and the stories being told in a vibration of the most specific hit. Dead center, and I'm glad I didn't quit. Standing where the accurate was aimed for on my chest. I'm not ashamed. Dead center is the only place to share. Accuracy is the evening steady hand. Came from every angle at the same damn time. Came from left and right without a warning sign. Came from up and down and through the blind. Came from every corner of my mind. Simultaneous and I couldn't pick a side. Came from angles that the single couldn't ride. All at once in the defense. Came from everywhere and I am where it's at. Standing in the center of the multi-directional. Came from every angle and it's not correctional. It's the most alive my body's ever been. Single front was all the careful ever planned. Single front was the most specific brand. Never attack, the managed version could absorb. Single front was the most protective orb. Multi-front arrived in every shield. Pointed in the wrong direction on the field. Multi-front exposed the campus flaw. Multi-front is the evening's martial law. Declared against the man, only guards. One direction while the other yards. Of the body stand there naked in the draft. Multi-front made the single front look down. Fortified the north and left the south for dead. Fortified the logic and forgot the head. As a back that's softer than the brace. Fortified the front and got erased. I'll be a rival from the angle I dismissed. Fortified the obvious and missed. Every other correspondent on the rose. Fortified and known in the evening chose. The most unfortified square inch of the map. Fortified the gate and fell into the trap of the single-minded and the one-directional. Fortified was the most individual. Saturation is the military term. Saturation is the evening's most specific term of the strategy that the focus can defeat. Saturation covered every street of the body, from the ankle to the crown. Saturation is the reason that I'm down on my knees, down from the pain, but from the all. Saturation is the evening's highest law for the body that was gotten. Just the one saturation for the battle can't be won by the focus of the single-pointed man. Saturation came from every angle, same damn time. Came from left and right. The warning sign came from up and down through the blind. Came from every corner of my mind. Came simultaneous and I couldn't pick a side. Came from angles that the single couldn't ride. All at once in the defense, hold it back. Came from everywhere and I am where it's at. Standing in the center of the multi-directional. Came from every angle and it's not correctional. It's the most alive my body's ever been. Saturation covered everything I've seen. Everything you did and I'm still alive. Multi-front delivered the most beautiful defeat. Electromagnetic in the bell didn't stop. Electromagnetic in the air just broke around the projectile at the speed of the absurd. open chest. Gunpowder is too slow for it descends. Gunpowder is the most specific friends. The obsolete shakes hands at the range. Gunpowder met the electromagnetic change. Was permanent in the speed of the delivered. Gunpowder watch the projectile and it shivered at the velocity the chemical can't reach. Gunpowder is the most specific teach on how the old world moved its heavy rounds. Electromagnetic doesn't make the sounds. Gunpowder used to warn the standing man. Electromagnetic finished what gunpowder began. Muzzle velocity is a number I can't say. Muzzle velocity at the speed of day. Behind at the most specific starting gate. Muzzle velocity in the round won't wait for the physics of the reasonable to catch. Muzzle velocity is the most specific match between the launched and the already there. Muzzle velocity doesn't need the prayer. That's the word I survive before they land. Muzzle velocity put me in the band of the already. Before I knew muzzle velocity in the round went through. My understanding of how fast the deep can go. Muzzle velocity rewrote the show. Coils are the engine at the barrel highs. Coils are the most specific rise. The projectile takes along the magnetic rail. Coils are the most specific trail of the engineered and the frictionless. Coils are the most specific kiss the barrel gives to the round before it flies. Coils are the most specific eyes. Lining up the magnetic and the aim. Coils are the reason that I'm claimed by the projectile at the speed of the name. Coils accelerated with the chemical taint into the supersonic and the beyond. Coils in the evening share the bond of the frictionless delivery to the chest. Coils made the evening's fastest guest. Electromagnetic in the barrel didn't smoke. Electromagnetic in the air just broke. Around the projectile at the speed of the absurd. Electromagnetic and I never heard the discharge because the round arrived. For the sound and I am still alive. The exit wound of the most specific kind. Electromagnetic is the fastest thing I've seen. Pass through the body at the frictionless. Electromagnetic is the most specific mess of the beautiful inside my open chest. Coils fired and I received the best delivery the barrels ever made. Electromagnetic is the sharpest trade. Pull from the standing into the horizontal. Pull by the current of the continental shelf. Release at the most specific hour. Pulled in the stand and lost its power. Against the undertow I didn't read. Pulled in the body's guaranteed. Vertical was the first thing that it lost. Pulled at the most specific cost of the planet and the rooted and the firm. Pulled and the body started to squirm with the joy of the involuntary swim. Ankle deep was all it took to catch. Ankle deep was the most specific match. The currents and against the waiting man. Ankle deep in the evening's plan was already pulling from the soul. Ankle deep is the most specific toe. The ocean charges for the thinking that the shallow is the safe and the comfortable follow. But no, it's off my feet. The most complete. Reminding that the deep decides to go. Ankle deep in the current and the flow. Swimming against this, what the manual recommends. Swimming against this, how the energy expands itself before the rescue of the shore. Swimming against this, the most specific war. The body loses at the current goes and rate. Stop the swimming against and let the late arrival of the obvious take the lead. Stop the fighting in the current speed. Became the most specific kind of fast. Swimming against the hours past. Through the evening of the current's chosen pace. Stop the fighting in the current showed its face. The Body's guaranteed vertical with the first thing that it lost. The most cause of the planet and the rooted in the firm. Pulled and the body started to squirm. The joy of the involuntary swim. The current took me to the rim of the deepest water I have ever known. Current pulled and I have finally grown. Picking up the stuff, but let's designed to keep the brain from the street. Protected in the open air. Bones confident until I'm the bearers. Because the dick's pointed at my head. Bones confident until the bass is head. I really hit the thickest party head. Bones confident and I was glad. In the cage, I call my skull. And the bone is never dull. When the bass finds the resonant spot, rattling in the one place I forgot. Vibrating at the bone, kind of shake. Vibrating past the point the skull can take. Without an end, something got inside. Vibrating in my skull is open wide. For the beats that found the structure weak, vibrating. And I hear my own bones speak in the language of the resonant and the struck. Vibrating in my skull is thunderstruck. By the depth I found the thickest wall. Vibrating. Bone began to crawl with the hum of the most committed love. Vibrating at the frequency of the blow. Up against this grade, helmet wasn't built for what the bass displayed. At the caliber the protective can absorb. Coming at the base and left it sore. The protective spinning on the floor. Just more specific. I couldn't get it out, right through. Helmet wasn't built for me and you. Standing at the speaker's closest mouth. Helmet can protect from the head south. Into the small of the most committed thrill. Helmet cracked and I am standing still. Resonant spot is different for every skull. Resonant spot is where the bone goes null. Because the bass that found is tuning fork. Resonant spot is where the body's core. Popped off at the meeting of the match. Resonant spot is where the skull gets scratched from the inside, but the bass to harmonize. Resonant spot is where I realize skull was built to amplify and unblock. Resonant spot turn my skull into a clock. Thinking that the bass is chosen beat. Resonant spot is my skull's frequency. Vibrating at the bone, kind of shake. Vibrating past the point the skull can take. Without an end, something got inside. Vibrating and my skull is open wide. For the bass that found the structure weak. Vibrating. And I hear my own bones speak in the language of the resonant and the struck. Vibrating in my skull is thunderstruck. By the depth of the thickest wall. Vibrating. And the bone began to crawl with the hum of the most committed love. Vibrating at the frequency of the glow. Resonance thought found in the skull of grief. Bone was built to amplify, not to freeze. Body moving on its own tonight. Body didn't ask for the right to override the manual and the plan. Body moving, the basis command. without the consultation of the brain. Body drinking like the sweetest kind of rain. On the nervous system at the highest volt. Body moving at the most specific jolt. That the evening sent without the warning sign. Body moving and the body isn't mine anymore, and I am fine with that. Voluntary lift the building first. Voluntary pack those bags in the works. When the voluntary fear came true, involuntary stepped in to touch you, and took the floor without the application. Involuntary is the body's new sensation. The frequency the wind couldn't match. Involuntary opened every latch. The voluntary kept it shut for years. Involuntary wiped away the fears. Voluntary spent a fortune to install. Involuntary answered every call. Control motion was the lie my limbs believed. Control motion was the most specific weave. Delusion with the conscious manufactured. Control motion in the body fractured into the most specific kind of dance. Uncontrolled is the evening's trance. At the rhythm the deliberate can mimic. Uncontrolled is the most specific. The body plays on that conscious mind. Control was the most specific glide. I wore across the limbs that wanted free. Uncontrolled is what the limbs told me they needed. The base's deepest call. Control was the most specific war. Convulsion isn't chaos, it's the speech. Convulsion is the body's loudest teach. I'm the subject of the hell back in the store. Convulsion is the evening sharpest chord. Played across the body's tight string. Convulsion is the most committed thing my body does when the bass bypasses thought. Convulsion is the lesson he still taught me. Nothing about in the moving taught me. Convulsion is the body's curtain call for the version that was standing perfectly in line. Convulsion is the body's truest self. Body moving on its own tonight. Body didn't ask for the right to override the manual and the plan. Body moving at the basis command, without the consultation of the brain. Body jerking like the sweetest kind of rain. On the nervous system at the highest volt. Body moving at the most specific jolt. That the evenings end without the warning sign. Body moving and the body isn't mine anymore, and I am fine with that. Convulsion is the evening's welcome mat. Involuntary, took the wheel from the plan. The body speaks in a language I understand. Watching the front like the manual instructed. Watching in the entrance and the carefully constructed line of sight the trainer said to hold. Watching the door and the bass was bold enough to come from where the watching wasn't. Came from the direction that the training doesn't. Never in this chapter underprepared. Came from the spot my back declared. Peripheral went dark on the wrong side. Peripheral is the evening's longest stride. Coming from the angle I was told was safe. Peripheral failed and I met the most specific wave. Never saw it, and that's the whole appeal. Never saw the approach and now I feel more than the anticipated ever gave. Never saw the angle and I crave the repetition of the unannounced. Never saw in the body just pronounced the unprepared, the winner of the night. Never saw it coming and the sight I missed was the most specific. I never saw the angle in the lift I got from the unanticipated blow. Never saw it and I want the whole show. From the side my training left exposed. Never saw the door the evening chose. Bracing ruins everything it guards. Bracing is the most specific cause. The body plays against the arriving death. Bracing is the most specific death. From the impact that the unbraced receive. breeze. Bracing is the thief that only leaves the cushion version of the evening send. Bracing stole the impact and I'll defend. The unbraced over the tense and the prepared. Bracing brought me the most specific snare. Moment that the relax is gifted by the blow. Bracing steals when I was the last to know. Sucker side is what I'm offering tonight. Sucker side is turned towards the light of the evening's most committed swing. Sucker side is the most specific ring I'm stepping into when my guard deliberately drop. Sucker side is where the careful stop and the interesting began its deepest work. Sucker side is where the brace was sharp, but the unbraced with the evening's greatest haul. Sucker side received the most specific call from the base at the angle I can't see. Sucker side is the most productive me. Standing with my back to what's incoming. Sucker side and I carry it humming. Closer from the direction I won't check. Sucker side is the most specific. Rack. Never saw it coming, and that's the whole appeal. Never saw the approach, and now I feel more than the anticipated ever gave. Never saw the angle, and I crave the repetition of the unannounced. Never saw on the body just pronounced the unprepared, the winner of the night. I never saw it coming, and the sight I missed was the most specific kind. I never saw the angle and the lift I got from the unanticipated blow. Never saw it, and I want the whole show. From the side, my training left exposed. Never saw the door the evening chose. Sucker side is open, and I'll say the embrace call what the brace threw away. Launched from the depth I didn't know was on. Launched and the surface version wasn't alarmed until the wake appeared beneath the hull. Launched from the quietest and the most specific pull of the underwater and the pressurized. Launched and the surface barely recognized of the trail of bubbles headed for the chest. Launched from the depth and I am not distressed. The trajectory is the quietest route underwater to need to shout before the payload finds the waterline. Underwater to the straightest line. Something moving underneath. Something heading for me like a song sung by the depth at the most committed speed. Something locked onto the most specific need. My body has for the underneath to hit. Something more than I'm welcoming it at the waterline of the chest tonight. Something rising from the depth with the appetite for the whole opposite at the surface level. Something moving at the most specific treble of the silent and the end and the direct. Something hit and the hull is wrecked in the most beautiful way. A vessel breaks. Something found me from the deepest lakes. Sonar was the inbound track. Sonar was the most specific lack of the equipment for the depth this thing was sent. Sonar pinged the empty in the event, right without the warning on the screen. Sonar missed the most specific submarine of the evening's arsenal aimed at me. Sonar couldn't chart the depth at sea where the evening arms its quietest ordnance. Sonar failed in the most specific accordance between the launch and the landing with the stealth. Sonar missed the evening's deepest wealth. Whole breach is sinking is the door. Whole breach is the most specific floor, opening between the flooded and the deep. Whole breach is the end of the surface sleep. I was sailing with a comfortable night. Whole breach showed me everything I got below the waterline. I never checked. Whole breach is the most specific sight of the evening's underwater faith. Whole breach proved the surface was the rave of the version I was sailing out the whole breach. Let the ocean fill the hole. Underneath the car, something heading for me like a song sung by the depth at the most committed speed. Something locked onto the most specific need. My body has to be underneath the head. Something moving and I'm welcoming it. The water, the line of the chest tonight. Something rising from the depth with the appetite for the whole eye. Polished to the surface level. Something moving at the most specific trouble of the silent and the end in the direct. Something hit and the hull is wrecked in the most beautiful way. A vessel breaks. Something found me from the deepest lakes. Whole breach open and the deep rushed in. Surface sank and the real could begin. charm and ring of the friendly intimate, no harm. Handshake was the most specific charm. A fancy wrapped inside the greeting skin. Handshake and the fist were kith and kin, operating on the same specific arm. Handshake said hello and dropped the bomb. Smile was loaded with the knuckles weight. Smile delivered at the friendliest gate, right between the welcome and the hit. Smile and the fist with the tightest grip. Didn't see the fist behind the grin. Didn't see the loaded coming in. Underneath the handshake's warmest hold. Didn't see the knuckle running cold behind the palm that pressed against my own. Didn't see the beneath the tone of the friendliest delivery I've received. Didn't see and I am not aggrieved by the beauty of the camouflaged impact. Didn't see the greeting and the smacked with the same transaction from the same right hand. Didn't see the friendliest reprimand. Telegraphed is what the honest writers send. Telegraphed is how the straight ones lend their opponent time to build the guard. Telegraphed is the most specific card the honorable plays before the contact starts. Untelegraphed is the evening's arts of the concealed inside their conversation. Oh, untelegraphed is the most sensational delivery my body's ever caught. Telegraphed is what the textbook taught my defense to look for at the wind-up stage. Untelegraphed just hit the cheap shot isn't cheap, it's the most efficient. Cheap shot is the most resource proficient way the evening moves is deepest. Cheap shot is the most specific freight delivered at the lowest advertising cost. Cheap shot is the most specific tossed expectation of the fair and the announced. Cheap shot is the most specific bounce. Check the evening rates against the wall. Cheap shot is the most specific storm by the ones who need a time to set their feet. Cheap shot is the evening's fastest streak between the calm and the already on the floor. Cheap shot goes less and delivers more. Didn't see the fist behind the grin. Didn't see the loading coming in. Underneath the handshake's warmest hold. Didn't see the knuckle running cold behind the palm that pressed against my own. Didn't see the hit beneath the tone of the friendliest delivery I've received. Didn't see and I am not aggrieved by the beauty of the camouflaged impact. Didn't see the greeting and the smacked with the same transaction from the same right hand. Didn't see the friendliest recommend. Cheap shot landed and I kissed the floor. Friendliest fist I ever asked for more. Dead center and the margin wasn't close. Dead center at the most specific dose of the accurate the evening's ever thrown. Dead center and I should've known. My body was the target all along. Dead center landed like the evening song. At the pitch the outer rings could never hold. Dead center and the stories being told in the vibration of the most specific hit. Dead center and I'm glad I didn't quit. Standing where the accurate was aimed. Outer rings where the almost lives. Outer rings what the evening gives. To the ones who move before the throw. Outer rings are all the dodging know about the evening's most committed arm. Outer rings are the most specific charm. The careful wears against the center's cause. Outer rings are where the real is lost. In the constellation of the nearly there. Outer rings are the most specific prayer. The ones who flinched I say into the wall. Outer rings caught them when they tried to fall. Scope was zeroed on the most specific. Scope was inch at the distance between the throne and the received. Scope deliver what the naked eye believe was impossible. At the range, the evening set scope is the most specific. Had to bet my body placed against the odds of the precise scope was zero, then it didn't need a slide. Through the window, the conditions of the night scope found the inch, and the inch was right. At the center of the standing man, scope executed what the naked eye began. As the rough draft of the evening's sharpest art scope refined the aim and found the heart. Boring on my sternum with the chalk. Boring is the most specific talk. My body had the evening sharpest throat. Boring said, come closer, and I don't go. Boring is the invitation, not the threat. Boring is the most specific debt. I hold to the version of myself that's gay. Boring on the chest is how the unafraid communicate. The evening's point is said. Boring is the body's closest friend. When the accuracy of the evening needs a home. Boring on my sternum said you're not alone. The center of the evening sharpest game. Boring and the accurate share the dead center in the margin wasn't close. Dead center at the most specific of the accurate the evening's ever thrown. The dead center and I should've known. My body was the target all along. Dead center landed like the evening song. At the pitch the outer rings could never hold it. The dead center and the stories being told in the vibration of the most specific hit. Dead center, and I'm glad I didn't quit. Standing where the accurate was aimed. Blowing on my chest, and I'm not ashamed. Dead center is the only place to stand. Accuracy is the evening's steady hand. Came from every angle at the same damn time. Came from left and right without a warning sign. Came from up and down and through the blind. Came from every corner of my mind. Simultaneous and I couldn't pick a side. Came from angles that the single couldn't ride. All at once in the defensive folded flat. Came from everywhere and I am where it's at. Standing in the center of the multi-directional. Came from every angle and it's not correctional. It's the most alive my body's ever been. Single front was all the careful ever planned. Single front was the most specific brand of attack the managed version could absorb. Single front was the most protective orb. Multi-front arrived in every shield, pointed in the wrong direction on the field. Multi-front exposed the careful's flaw. Multi-front is the evening's martial law. Declared against the man who only guards one direction while the other yards of the body stand there naked in the draft. Multi-front made the single front look daft. Fortified the north and left the south for dead. Fortified the logic and forgot the head. As a back that's softer than the brace. Fortified the front and got erased. I'll be a rebel from the angle I dismissed. Fortified the obvious and missed. Every other compass point on the rose. Fortified and known in the evening chose. The most unfortified square inch of the map. Fortified the gate and fell into the trap of the single-minded and the one-directional. Fortified was the most ineffectual. Saturation is the military term. Saturation is the evening's most specific term of the strategy that the focus can defeat. Saturation covered every street of the body, from the ankle to the ground. Saturation is the reason that I'm down on my knees now. From the pain, but from the all. Saturation is the evening's highest law for the body. Was gotten just the one saturation for the battle. Can't be won by the focus or the single point in man. Saturation rewrote the defense of the plan. Came from every angle. The same time came from left and right without a warning sign. Came from up and down and through the line. Came from every corner of my mind. Simultaneous and I couldn't pick a side. Came from angles that the single couldn't ride. All I defensive, folded flat. Came from everywhere and I am where it's at. Standing in the center of the multi-directional. Came from every angle and it's not correctional. It's the most alive my body's ever been. Saturation covered everything I've seen. Every angle hidden, I'm still on my feet. Multi-front delivered the most beautiful feet. Electromagnetic in the barrel, hidden smoke. Electromagnetic in the air just broke around the projectile at the speed of the absurd. Electromagnetic and I never heard the discharge because the round arrived before the sound and I am still alive. The exit wound of the most specific clean. Electromagnetic is the fastest thing I've seen. Pass through the body at the frictionless. Electromagnetic left the most specific mess of the beautiful inside my open chest. Gunpowder is too slow for what descends. Gunpowder is the most specific friends. The obsolete shakes hands with at the range. Gunpowder met the electromagnetic and the change was permanent in the speed of the delivered. Gunpowder watched the projectile and it shivered at the velocity the chemical can't reach. Gunpowder is the most specific teach on how the old world moved its heavy rounds. Electromagnetic doesn't make the sounds. Gunpowder used to warn the standing man. Electromagnetic finished what gunpowder began. Muzzle velocity is a number I can't say. Muzzle velocity left the speed of day behind at the most specific starting gate. Muzzle velocity turn around won't wait for the physics of the reasonable to catch. Muzzle velocity is the most specific match between the launched and the already there. Muzzle velocity doesn't need the prayer. The slower rounds apart before they land. Muzzle velocity put me in the band of the already before I knew. Muzzle velocity in the round went through my understanding of how fast the deep can go. Muzzle velocity rewrote the show. Coils are the engine that the barrel hides. Coils are the most specific rise. The projectile takes along the magnetic rail. Coils are the most specific trail of the engineered and the frictionless. Coils are the most specific kiss the barrel gives to the round before it flies. Coils are the evening's most specific eyes. Lining up the magnetic and the aim. Coils are the reason that I'm claimed by the projectile. The speed of the names. Coils accelerated with the chemical tame into the supersonic and the beyond. Coils in the evening share the bond of the frictionless delivery to the chest. Coils made the evening's fastest guest. Electromagnetic in the barrel didn't smoke. Electromagnetic in the air just broke around the projectile at the speed of the absurd. Electromagnetic and I never heard the discharge because the round arrived before the sound and I am still alive. The exit wound of the most specific clean. Electromagnetic is the fastest thing I've seen. Pass through the body at the frictionless. Electromagnetic left the most specific mess of the beautiful inside my open chest. Coils fired and I received the best delivery the barrel's ever made. Electromagnetic is the sharpest trade. the standing into the horizontal, pulled by the current up the continental shelf, released at the most specific hour. Pulled in the standing, lost its power. Against the undertow, I didn't breathe. Pulled in the body's guaranteed. Vertical was the first thing that it lost. Pulled at the most specific cost of the planet and the rooted and the firm. Pulled in the body started to squirm with the joy of the involuntary swim. Ankle deep was all it took to catch. Ankle deep was the most specific latch. The current set against the waiting man. Ankle deep in the evening's plan was already written from the soul. Ankle deep is the most specific toe. The ocean charges for the thinking that the shallow means the safe and the comfortable follow. Ankle deep and now it's off my feet. Ankle deep delivered the most complete. Reminded that the depth decides the pool. Ankle deep in the current had me full. Swimming against is what the manual recommends. Swimming against is how the energy expands. It's up before the rescue or the shore. Swimming against is the most specific war. The body loses if the current's chosen rate. Stop the swimming against and let the late arrival of the obvious take the lead. Stop the fighting and the current speed became the most specific. Fast. Stop the swimming against and hours passed. The heat and the current's chosen pace. Stop the fighting and the current showed its face. And the generous and the most specific right. Stop the against and chose the alongside. Undercurrent is invisible from the beach. Undercurrent is the most specific breach between the postcard and the actual sea. Undercurrent is the evening's plea. The ones who way past the recommended depth. Undercurrent is the most specific rep. The ocean is before it pulls you from the stance. Undercurrent is the evening's dance. Wanted at the standing it in higher. Undercurrent is the evening's choir. Singing from beneath the tourist dome. Undercurrent took me far from home. And home was the most specific cage. Undercurrent turned the most specific page. From the standing into the horizontal, pulled by the current, the continental shelf, released at the most specific hour. Pulled in the standing, lost its power. Against the undertow, I didn't feed. Pulled in the body's guaranteed. Vertical was the first thing that it lost. Pulled at the most specific cause of the planet and the rooted in the firm. Pulled in the body started to squirm with the joy of the involuntary swim. Undercurrent took me to the rim of the deepest water I have ever known. Current pulled and I have finally grown. Let's be designed to keep the brain from the street. The protected in the open air. Bones confident until I'm at the curve. Because the dick been pointed at my head. Bones confident until the bass was fed. Directly at the thickest part it had. Bones confident and now it's bad. Rattling in the cage, I got my skull. Rattling and the bone is never dull. When the bass finds the resonant spot. Rattling in the one place I forgot. Vibrating at the bone, deep kind of shake. Vibrating past the point the skull can take. Without admitting something died inside. Vibrating, my skull is open wide for the beast that comes true weak. Vibrating, and I hear my bones speak in the language of the resonant and the struck. Vibrating, my skull is thunderstruck by the depth I found the thickest. Vibrating. grace displayed at the color of the protective can absorb. Found the base and left it sore, but the protective spinning on the floor. Helmet is the most specific door. Just against the dark that I walk right through. Helmet wasn't built for me and you. Standing at the speaker's closest mouth. Helmet can protect from the head and south. Into the skull at the most committed drill. Helmet cracked and I am standing still. Resonance spot is different for every skull. Resonance spot is where the bone goes null. Look at the place that found this tune and fork. Resonance spot is where the body's cord. Popped off at the meeting of the match. Resonance spot is where the skull gets scratched from the inside of the base to harmonize. Resonance spot is where I realize skull was built to amplify and apply. Resonance spot turned my skull into a clock, picking at the places chosen beat. Resonance spot is my skull's favorite seat. Vibrating at the bone, kind of shake. Vibrating past the point the skull can take. Without a minute, something got inside. Vibrating and my skull is open wide. From the beat that found the structure weak. Vibrating, and I hear my own bones speak in the language of the resonant and the struck. Vibrating and my skull is thunderstruck. By the depth that found the thing is wrong. Vibrating, the bone began to crawl with the hum of the most committed low. Vibrating at the frequency of the known. Resonance spot found in the skull agrees. Bone was built to amplify, not to freeze. The body moving on its own tonight. Body didn't ask for the right to override the manual and the plan. Body moving, the basis command. Without the consultation of the brain. Body dripping like the sweetest kind of rain. On the nervous system at the highest volt. Body moving at the most specific jolt that the evening sent without the warning sign. Body moving and the body isn't mine anymore, and I am fine with that. Voluntary left the building first. Voluntary packed his bags in the worst. And the voluntary fear came true. Involuntary stepped into the truth and took the fun without the application. Involuntary is the body's new sensation. The frequency the willing couldn't match. Involuntary opened every latch. The voluntary broke it shut for years. Involuntary wiped away the fears. Voluntary spent a fortune to install. Involuntary answered every call. Control motion was the my limbs believe. Control motion was the most specific. We used illusion of the conscious manufactured. Control motion in the body fractured into the most specific kind of dance. Uncontrolled is the evening's trance. At the rhythm the deliberate can mimic. Uncontrolled is the most specific gimmick. On that conscious mind, controlled was the most specific blind. I wore across the limbs that wanted free. Uncontrolled is what the limbs told me they needed at the base's deepest core. Controlled was the most specific wall. Commotion isn't chaos, it's the speech. Commotion is the body's loudest teach. I'm the subject of the held back in the store. Convulsion is the evening sharpest chord. Played across the body's tidy string. Convulsion is the most committed thing my body does when the beat bypasses thought. Convulsion is the lesson that still taught me nothing about, and the moving taught me all. Convulsion is the body's curtain call for the version that was standing perfectly in line. Convulsion is the body's truest self. Body moving on its own tonight. the consultation of the brain. Body jerking like the sweetest kind of rain. On the nervous system at the highest volt. Body moving at the most specific jolt. Evenings and without the warning sign. Body moving and the body isn't mine anymore, and I am fine with that. Convulsion is the evening's welcome back. Involuntary, took the wheel from the plan. The body speaks in a language I understand. Gap in the skyline, edge of the view. Nothing between the horizon and you. Forward without a second look. Every wall, another page to book. Cut and clear. Grid lit up at the edge of the push, wasn't slowing down. Never did shush, no ceiling, holding no floor in the way. Cutting through the static of the average day. Sharp like a wide pull, tight across the gap. Once it sparks, there's no going back. Spark hits the grid, all falls behind. Faster than a limit, sharper than a line. Edge clears out, gap opens wide. Cut straight through the other side. Clear edge. Past the point where walls still make a sound. The grid opens up and turns around. Earphones in, the playlist takes the wheel. Horizon holds it forward. Spark already landed. Nothing left to wait. Hard edge, no hesitation, forward leads the call. Cut through every barrier, clear down all. Quicker than a limit, sharper than a wall. Didn't look for gaps, just walk through wall. Spark rolls up the grid, burn ahead. Every wall behind us clear instead. Grid fires, the view pulls open wide. Horizon cuts it open, nothing left to hide. Edge holds sharp, gap burns clean. Nothing stops the in-between. Let the spark run, grid takes the lead. Cut by cut, edge by edge. Already through. Spark hits the grid, feeling clear the air. Cut through every limit without a care. Nothing held it, nothing stalls. Grid lit up and took it all. Horizon wide, the wire bright and clean. Clear. Spark. Clear. Last task closed, the screen goes dim. Old search hits and everything gives in. Bag on the shoulder, door swings wide. Evening catches everything inside. Neon flicks on above the cafe sign. Today wrapped up right on the line. Lighter now. Home to Clark at the edge of the day. Didn't drag it out, just walked away. No leftover tension, no unfinished call. Closed the tab and left it in the hall. Sunset caught the window of the train. Funny how the day just clears like rain. Full surge, the switch flips clean. Easiest feeling caught in between. Screen goes off, back feels light.
close. Tap done. Cafe window holds the fading light, the kind of quiet that just feels right. Evening settles on the shoulder, neon catches in the glass. Bolts are hit without a warning, everything released at last. Clean finish, no agenda, even takes the call. Wrapped the day before it had a chance to stall. Quicker than expected, lighter than a plan. Walked right out the door before the clock began. Surge rolls, let the evening take the lead. Funny how it all gets easier to breathe. Full surge, the cafe pulls it wide. Evening tips it over, satisfied. Neon holds, window clears. Done today, nothing here. Let the surge run. Evening sets the pace. Sip by sip, light by light. Already off. Sip by sip, light by light. Already off. Both bowls surge, feel it clear the air. Close the day without a single care. Nothing held it, nothing called. Evening came and took it all. Cafe lit up, the neon warm and bright. Surge. Surge. Off. Didn't see it coming, hit like a spark. Turbo locks in and lights up the night. Rooftop view, the city laid out flat. Wasn't expecting any of that. Overpass lights flicker one by one. Whole move flip before the night begun. Just like that. Count the rush at the top of the hour. Wasn't ready for that kind of power. No rhythm needed, just a sudden pop. Couldn't find a reason and couldn't stop. City lights below the overpass at night. Funniest thing how it all felt right. Turbo locks in, the whole thing lifts. Didn't plan it, just one of them shifts. Mood spikes up, view opens wide. Lit from somewhere, all at once. Pop. Locked. Top, 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 top. Top, top, top of the overpass, city below. The kind of moment you don't let go. Night view, hold the moment. Rooftop catches light. Turbo hit without a reason. Everything feels right tonight. Full spike, no warning. Mood takes a call. Jump 3 levels without a plan at all. Quicker than a thought, sharper than a guess. Walked into the night and felt the best. Launch rolls up the night air, take the lead. Funny how a view is all you need. Turbo locks in, the rooftop pulls it wide. Night tips it over, nothing left to hide. City holds view, birds bright. Mood already at its height. Let the turbo run, night sets the pace. Spike by spike, light by light. Already up. Turbo locks in, feel it clear the air. Jump the whole thing without care. Nothing held it, nothing planned. Night just took the upper hand. Set it up, the rooftop wide and bright. Down before the fog could catch the fall. Break out and takes it up. Moonlight across the afternoon. Didn't notice how it happened so soon. First track played and everything went still. Caught the current running past the hill. Just like that. Lost the hour, I was somewhere in the sound. Wasn't looking down, just looking around. break out. The whole thing pulls you in. Didn't see the start already within. Keep rolling, you drift by. Lost the clock, don't know what. Afternoon light across the floor. What kind of drift you keep coming back for? Window hosed outside. Current takes the wheel. Break out here without a warning. Effortless to feel. Full pull, no hesitation. Afternoon takes the call. Drifted 3 hours without a plan at all. Quicker than a blink, softer than a guess. Walk right into something lighter than the rest. Coming rolls with the afternoon, take the lead. Funny how a drift is all you need. Break out the current, pulls it wide. Afternoon tips it open, nothing left to hide. Window holds light, drifts by. Lost the track, don't ask why. Let the current run, afternoon set the pace. Track by track, light by light. Already in. Break out, feel it clear the air. Just into the whole thing without a care. Nothing held it, nothing stalled. Afternoon just took it all. Window wide, the current bright and clear. To the line before the rest could see. Rev, rose, and it's only me. Open to the gap ahead, laid out wide. Nobody else on this particular side. Headphones in, the playlist on repeat. Pace settles in without a second thought, just right. Found the lane at the edge of the crowd. Wasn't chasing anyone, just running loud. The comparison needed just a clean straight run. Funny how the best lines are the quieter ones. Why? View ahead, the gap on clear. Best kind of pace when no one else is near. The whole thing opens wide. Nobody cutting in from either side. Pace hold steady. View stays clear. Just the line, just right here. Line clear. Clear. That's the point where anyone could follow. Wide and open, letting everything slow. Train window catching the passing view. Line hit without a reason. Best part of the day coming through. The steady pace, no comparison. Line takes the call. Running clear and open without a wall. Quicker than a doubt, sharper than a plan. Settled into something only I began. Line rolls with the overall, take the lead. Funny how your own pace is all you need. Rev line, the overall pulls it wide. The clear view opens up from either side. Pace holds firm. View burns bright. On the line, feels just right. Let the line run. The gap sets the pace. Step by step, clear by clear. Rev line, feel it clear the air. Run the whole thing without a single care. Nothing cut it, nothing stalled. Open road, came and opened all. View wide, the line bright and clear. Line.
Line clear.
Line. Charged up before the kill could start. Static hits and tears it all apart. Ja. floor starts to shake. Something in the build-up about to break. Hands up, the whole room shifts in place. Every single second picking up the pace right now. Yeah, stack the charge at the edge of the drop. Wasn't holding back, couldn't find a stop. No slow release, just a full-on burst. Everything that built up hits you first. Flash above the stage, the crowd already wide. Best kind of charge coming from inside. Static charge, the whole thing goes apart. Didn't see you, felt it in the heart. Floor shakes hard, stage lights flash. Built it up, now watch it crash.
Fire.
Top of the build-up, floor below. The kind of moment you can't let go. Stage with the pressure flash catches the air. Static hit without a warning, best release anywhere. Full charge, no hesitation, floor takes the call. Built it up so high before the drop can fall. Quicker than a count, harder than a plan. Walk right into something bigger than planned. Charge rolls, let the floor take the lead. Funny how a build-up is all you need. Charge, the floor pulls it wide. Pressure takes it open, nothing left to hide. Stage holds firm, flash burns bright. Built so high, feels just right. Let the charge run. Floor sets the pace. Build by build, flash by flash, already blown. Fire. Fire. Static charge, feeling clear the air. Built the whole thing without a single care. Nothing held and nothing stalled. Pressure came and opened all. Stage wide, the flash bright and clear.
Static.
Fire.
Fire.
Switch it big, switch before the sun could hit the ground. Neon thrust and everything turns around. Last life later, something clicks in place. Different kind of feeling takes the space. Convenience store light hits the window frame. Color up the after hours begin. Something about the dust that pulls you in. Just like that. Caught the shift at the edge of the dust. Wasn't waiting long, didn't make a fuss. No daylight, needed just a cooler run. Everything that starts when daytime's done. Neon catching in the air above the wall. Best kind of switch when you don't have to talk. Neon thrust, the whole thing flips and dust. Didn't plan to switch, just felt the rush. Shifts cool, air turns sharp. Switched it on after hours. Switch on. Switch on after hours. At the point where daytime has a say, the whole thing opens up a different way. Vending machine glow on the empty walk. Neon hold the after. Dust hit without a warning. Best feeling right there. Best feeling right there. Cool switch, no hesitation, just takes the call. Flipped into the after hours before the light could fall. Quicker than the sunset, sharper than a pen. Walk right into something made for the night. Dust rolls, let the after hours take the lead. Funny how the switch is all you need. Neon thrust, the after hours pull it wide. Dust tips it over, nothing left to hide. Air turns cool, neon burns bright. Switched it on, feels just right. Let the dust run, let the dust run. Let the dust run. Dust at the pace, switch on. Switch on. Light. Already on. Neon thrust, filling through the air. The whole thing without a single care. Nothing held and nothing stalled. After hours came and took it all. Neon wide, the dusk bright and clear. Neon, neon, thrust. sound before the thunder hits the ground. Power grid locks in and fills the sound. Lantern light above the festival air. Something in the summer pulling everywhere. Sandals hit the path before the beat drops in. Shrine gate open wide, about to begin. Right here. The run at the edge of the festival heat. Wasn't slowing down, just following the beat. No holding back, just a full-on sprint. Every little moment leaves a summer print. Lantern catching light above the open shrine. Best kind of run when the summer feels just fine. Power grid, the whole thing drives ahead. Nothing left behind, full speed instead. Summer holds, shrine gate wide. Running hard, all inside. Now. Past the point where holding back makes sense. The whole thing opens up and gets intense. Lantern holds the forward, shrine pulls away the rhythm, hit without a warning, best part of the day. Full run, no hesitation, someone takes a call, sprinting past the shrine gate before the night could fall. Quicker than a heartbeat, sharper than a plan, walk right into something only summer can. How it rolls, let the festival take the lead. Funny how a summer run is all you need. Power grid, the festival pulls it wide. Summer tips it open, nothing left to hide. Shrine holds firm, lantern burns bright. Running hard, feels just right. Let the power run, summer sets the pace. Sprint by sprint, light by light, already there. Power grid, feeling clear the air, and the whole thing without a single care. Nothing held and nothing stole. Summer came and opened door. Shine wide, the lantern bright and clear. Grid. Power. Grid. Run. Last one hits before the playlist ends. Impact zone and everything. Let's go. Right. Sky above the whole thing feels complete. Something about the last track hits different. Bag already blind there before. Nothing left to carry anymore. Just this. This is zone at the tail end of the run. Wasn't ready for it, thought it wasn't done. No more holding, just a clean release. Everything that built up finally finds its peace. Sky above the open feels so wide and clear. Best kind of feeling when the end is finally here. And so the whole thing lets it go. Didn't plan the ending, just let it flow. Sky opens wide, weight falls clean. Last track hit in between. Clear. Last clear. That's the battlefield where everything slows down. The whole thing settles, nothing left around. Sky holds the open till pussycat. Execute without a burden, just feel it right there. For release, no hesitation. Sky takes the call. Handed everything over before the last beat could fall. Quicker than a breath, lighter than a plan. Walk wide out of something only in his can. So close, let before we still take the lead. Funny how the last track is all you need. Impact zone, the open field goes wide. Last beat tips it over. Satisfied, opens wide. between. Nothing stopped. Last beat came and took it all. Skywide, the field bright and clear. Grid fires up. Pavement cracks beneath, no warm-up needed. City hits the beat, flash. Woo! And we're gone. Corner after corner, the avenue finds a way. Noise dissolves before it even starts to stay. Chin up, stride into the block. Pace locks in like a ticking clock. Everything stops. Hit the block. Let the noise fall behind. Didn't plan to leave it, just ran out of mind. No heavy list, no loop, no replay track. Pavement tells a story, writing back. The avenue takes the weight at a steady rate. Moving through the city, nothing left to calculate. Flash the grid, feel the block beneath. Motion through the avenue, catch your breath. Pace goes quiet, distance keeps time. Nothing to solve, just the line. Gone. Somewhere between the signal and the street, the city fills the spaces left behind. Skyline holds the moment, corner clears the view. Nothing left to figure out, just move. High blocks, low frequency, that's the deal. Cross the line, nothing left to prove. Faster than I thought, they tried to loop around. Left it at the corner, never heard the sound. Leave it there, let the city take the lead. This is the only kind of reset that we need. Flash the grid, feel the block beneath. City pulls attention, opens room to breathe. Skyline shifts, distance clears. Nothing to carry, just here. Keep the stride moving, let the pavement lead. Blah, 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 blah. Moment by moment.
Watch it fade.
Feeling cut the air. City took the noise without a care.
Nothing left to figure out.
Pace finds the beat. Avenue keeps rolling steady on repeat. Flash grid. Head clear. Head clear. Drop it up. Drop it all. Yeah, yeah. Drop it down, drop it down, drop it all. Drop it all. Drop it all, drop it all. Drop it all, drop it all. Drop it all. The floor takes the rest. Full blast, nothing left to second guess. List on the table, schedule on the wall. Stepped outside and let it fall. Street opens wide, the way just lifts. Something about the beat that shifts. Nothing to return to, yeah. Bass rolls in, drop the load at the door. Didn't lock it, didn't look back for more. No pending tabs, no unread thread. Just a beat running straight ahead. Lighter than expected, pace on the ground. Left the whole agenda without a sound. Full blast, feel the floor beneath. Street pulls attention, room to breathe. Schedule gone, slate white clean. Lightest moment in between. Drop it. Drop it. Past the last thing on the list. The day gets wider, hard to miss. Street light hits the corner, radio somewhere loud. Walking through the open, left hit in the crowd. High volume, low agenda, that's the call. Stepped into the street and dropped it all. Faster than a deadline, lighter than a plan. Left it at the entrance, never looked again. Floor, pulls back, let the street decide. Didn't know it could feel funny how easy. Something shifted without a warning sign. Signal breaks and everything aligns. Window seat, the city scrolls on by. Didn't plan to feel this good, don't know why. Crossing lights blink green one after one. Tempo picks up before the day is done. Lighter than before. Caught the signal at the corner of the day. Wasn't looking for it, came the other way. No big moment, just a quiet click. Something in the timing did the trick. Rooftop catching light above the afternoon sky. This kind of feeling coming from inside. Signal breaks, the tempo starts to climb. Nothing forced, it just arrived on time. Brighter now, cleaner air. Didn't try, just there. Shift. Shift. Somewhere past the middle of the afternoon, the city tips a little. Changes tune. Rooftop holds the skyline. Crossing fills with light. Tempo finds the moment. Everything feels right. Sharp time and no hesitation. That's a switch. Caught it at the crossing right where it fit. Faster than a plan, cleaner than a call. Didn't see it coming, barely felt it fall. Rise up, let the signal take the wheel. Funny how a click can change the way you feel. Tempo lifts, the city tips it right on time. Crossing clears and everything starts to climb. Skyline shifts, crossing clears. Sharpest moment disappears. Keep the signal moving, let the tempo lead. Click, click by click, light by light. Already up. Let it break. Feel it cut the air. Tempo climb without a single care. Nothing forced it, nothing planned. Timing just took the upper hand. City lit up, crossing wide and bright. Signal break, still climbing. Signal break, still climbing. Yeah. Pulled in before the thought could land. Rhythm took the lead, didn't need a plan. Didn't mean to stop, just caught the drop. Something in the beat made everything lock. Showed us on the groove before the mind. Left the overthinking far behind. Automatic. Chain came through at the corner of the beat. Wasn't ready for it, landed on my feet. No warning, giving no countdown in sight. Body read the rhythm in it. Ready right, snapped into the pocket like a second skin. Didn't know where out was, only knew within. Chain hits, like before you blink. Faster than the feeling, faster than you think. Shoulders drop, feet find place. Pulled into the space. Hit, hit. Somewhere. Somewhere between the first beat and the last, the whole thing clicked and happened way too fast. Rooftop level silence, then the drop hits hard. Pulled in from a distance, never felt so sharp. Tight groove, no agenda, body needs the call. Snapped into the rhythm before the mind at all. Quicker than a reflex, sharper than a plan. Didn't think to join it, just became the jam. Chain rolls, let the rhythm take the wheel. Automatic motion, never standing still. Chain hits, pulled in right on cue. Rhythm read the room before the mind could too. Groove locks tight, stance finds place. Nothing left, just the pace. Let the chain roll. Groove takes the lead. Hit by hit, beat by beat. Already in. Chain hits, feel it snap the air. Rhythm took the whole thing without a care. Nothing planned it, nothing called. Body just responded to the beat and fall. Groove locked in, the feeling wide and bright. Chain hit. Chain hit. Still by that. Already gone. Wall up ahead, already gone. Clear edge. Past the point where walls still make a sound. The grid opens up and turns around. Earphones in, the playlist takes the wheel. Horizon holds the forward. Spark already landed. Nothing left to wait. Hard edge, no hesitation, forward leads the call. Cut through every barrier, clear them all. Quicker than a limit, sharper than a wall. Didn't look for gaps, just walk through wall. Spark rolls up the grid, burn ahead. Every wall behind is clear instead. Grid fires, the view pulls open wide. Horizon cuts it open, nothing left to hide. Edge holds sharp, gap burns clean. Nothing stops the in between. The spark run, grid takes the lead. Cut by cut, edge by edge. Already through. Grid feeling clear the air. Cut through every limit without a care. Nothing held it, nothing stalls. Grid lit up and took it all. Horizon wide, the wire bright and clean. Spark, clear. Spark, clear. Last task closed, the screen goes dim. Full search hits and everything gives in. Bag on the shoulder, door swings wide. Evening catches everything inside. Neon flicks on above the cafe sign. Today wrapped up right on the line. Lighter now. Punch the clock at the edge of the day. Didn't drag it out, just walked away. No leftover tension, no unfinished call. Closed the tab and left it in the hall. Sunset, caught the window of the train. Funny how the day just clears like rain. Full surge, the switch flips clean. Easiest feeling caught in between. Screen goes off, back feels fine. Done for now. That's alright. Tab closed. Done, 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 done. Tab closed. Done, 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 done. Tab closed. Tab done. Cafe window holds the fading light. The kind of quiet that just feels right. Evening settles on the shoulder. Neon catches in the glass. Full surge hit without a warning. Everything released at last. Clean finish, no agenda, even takes the call. Wrapped the day before it had a chance to stall. Quicker than expected, lighter than a plan. Walked right out the door before the clock began. Surge rolls, let the evening take the lead. Funny how it all gets easier to breathe. Full surge, the cafe pulls it wide. Evening tips it over, satisfied. Neon holds, window clears. Done today, nothing here. Let the surge run. Evening sets the pace. Sip by sip, light by light. Already off. Sip by sip, light by light. Already off. Full surge, feel it clear the air. Close the day without a single care. Nothing held it, nothing called. Evening came and took it all. Cafe lit up, the neon warm and bright. Surge. 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 Off. Didn't see it coming, hit like a spark. Triple locks in and lights up the night. Rooftop view, the city laid out flat. Wasn't expecting any of that. Overpass lights, pick up one by one. One move, flip before the night begun. than a thought, sharper than a guess. Walked into the night and felt the best. Launch, roll, set the nighter, take the lead. Funny how a view is all you need. Turbo locks in, the rooftop pulls it wide. Night tips it over, nothing left to hide. City holds view, birds bright, mood already at its height. Let the turbo run, night sets the pace. Spike by spike, light by light, already up. Turbo locks in, feel it clear the air. Jump the whole thing without care. Nothing held it, nothing planned. Night just took the upper hand. City lit up, the rooftop wide and bright. Before the fog could catch the fall, breakout hits and takes it the light across the afternoon. Didn't notice how it happened so soon. First track played and everything went still. Caught the current right and past the hill. Just like that. Lost the hour somewhere in the sound. Wasn't looking down, just looking around. No plan to stay this long, just one more play. Funny how the afternoon just fades away. View outside the window, shifting slow and wide. Best kind of lost you ever felt inside. Break out the whole thing, pulls you in. Didn't see the start, already within. Track keeps rolling. View drifts by. Lost the clock, don't know why. Pull. Afternoon light across the floor, the kind of drift you keep coming back for. With the window closed outside, current takes the wheel. Break out here without a warning, effortless to feel. Full pull, no hesitation. Afternoon takes the call. Just the 3 hours without a plan at all. Quicker than a blink, softer than a guess. Walk right into something lighter than the rest. Come and rolls with the afternoon, take the lead. Funny how a drift is all you need. Break out the current, pulls it wide. Never tips it open, nothing left to hide. Window holds light, drifts by. Lost the track, don't ask why. Let the current run, afternoon set the pace. Track by track, light by light. Already in. Break out, feel it clear the air. Just do the whole thing without a care. Nothing held it, nothing stalled. Afternoon just took it all. Window wide, the current bright and clear. To the line before the rest could see. Rev, rosing, and it's only me. Open to the gap ahead, laid out wide. Nobody else on this particular side. Headphones in, the playlist on repeat. Pace settles in without a second thought, just right. Found the lane at the edge of the crowd. Wasn't chasing anyone, just running loud. No comparison needed, just a clean straight run. Funny how the best lines are the quieter ones. Why? View ahead, the gap pulling clear. Best kind of pace when no one else is near. Rev line, the whole thing opens wide. Nobody cutting in from either side. Pace hold steady, view stays clear. Just the line, just right here. Line
Clear.
clear. shine bright and clear. Fine.
Line clear.
Fine. Twice up before the kill could start. Static hits and tears it all apart. Yeah, yeah. Pressure in the air, the floor starts to shake. Something in the build-up, about to break. Hands up, the whole room shifts in place. Every single second picking up the pace right now. Right now. Yeah, stack the charge at the edge of the drop. Wasn't holding back, couldn't find a stop. No slow release, just a full-on burst. Everything that built up hits you first. Rushing to the stage, the crowd already wide. Best kind of charge coming from inside. Static charge, the whole thing goes apart. Didn't see it coming, felt it in the heart. Floor shakes hard, stage like splash. Built it up, now watch it crash.
Fire.
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 Top of the build-up, floor below. The kind of moment you can't let go. Stage hold the pressure, flash catches the air. Static hit without a warning, best release anywhere. Full charge, no hesitation, floor takes the call. Built it up so high before the drop can fall. Quicker than a count, harder than a plan. Walk right into something bigger than planned. Charge rolls, let the floor take the lead. Funny how a build-up is all you need. Charge, the floor pulls it wide. Pressure takes it over, nothing left to hide. Stage holds firm, flash burns bright. Built so high, feels just right. Let the charge run, floor sets the pace. Build by build, flash by flash, already blown. Fire. Fire. Static charge, feel it clear the air. Built the whole thing without a single care. Nothing held and nothing stalled. Pressure came and opened all. Flash, bright and clear.
Static.
Fire.
Fire.
Switch it big, switch before the sun could hit the ground. Down, neon dust and everything turns around. Last light fading, something clicks in place. Different kind of feeling takes the space. Convenience store light hits the window frame. Color up the after hours begin. Something about the dust that pulls you in, just like that. Caught the shift at the edge of the dust. Wasn't waiting long, didn't make a fuss. No daylight, needed just a cooler run. Everything that starts when daytime's done. Neon catching in the air above the walk. Best kind of switch when you don't have to talk. Neon thrust, the whole thing flips at dusk. Didn't plan the switch, just felt the rush. Mode shift cool, air turns sharp. Switched it on after hours. Daytime has a say, the whole thing opens up a different way. Vending machine glow on the empty wall. Neon hold the after. Dust hit without a warning. Best feeling right there. Best feeling right there. Cool switch, no hesitation, just takes the call. Flipped into the after hours before the light could fall. Quicker than the sunset, sharper than the plan. Walk right into something made for the night. Dust rolls, the after hours take the lead. Funny how the switch is all you need. Neon thrust, the after hours pull it wide. Dust tips it over, nothing left to hide. Air turns cool, neon burns bright. Switched it on, feels just right. Let the bus run, the bus run, let the bus run. Dust at the pace, switch on. before the thunder hits the ground. Power grid locks in and fills the sound. Lantern light above the festival air. Something in the summer pulling everywhere. Sandals hit the path before the beat drops in. Shine gate over wide, about to begin. Right here. Cut the run at the edge of the festival heat. Wasn't slowing down, just following the beat. No holding back, just a full-on sprint. Every little moment leaves a summer print. Lantern catching light above the open shrine. Best kind of run when the summer feels just fine. Power grid, the whole thing drives ahead. Nothing left behind, full speed instead. Summer holds, shrine gate wide, running hard. All inside. Now. 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 Past the point where holding back makes sense. The whole thing opens up and gets intense. Lantern pulls the forward, shrine pulls away the rhythm, hit without a warning. Best part of the day. Full run, no hesitation. Someone takes a call, sprinting past the shrine gate before the night could fall. Quicker than a heartbeat, sharper than a plan. Walk right into something only summer can. How it rolls with the festival, take the lead. Funny how a summer run is all you need. Power grid, the festival pulls it wide. Summer tips it open, nothing left to hide. Shrine holds firm, lantern burns bright. Running hard, feels just right. Let the power run. Summer sets the pace. Sprint by sprint, light by light, already there. Power grid feeling clear the air, and the whole thing without a single care. Nothing held and nothing stole. Summer came and opened door. Shine wide, the lantern bright and clear. Power grid. Power grid. Run. Last one hits before the playlist ends. Impact zone and everything. Let's go. Right. Sky above, the whole thing feels complete. Something about the last track hits different. Bag already right there before. Nothing left to carry anymore. Just this. This is zone at the tail end of the run. Wasn't ready for it, thought it wasn't done. No more holding, just a clean release. Everything that built up finally finds its peace. Sky above the open feels so wide and clear. This kind of feeling when the end is finally here. And so the whole thing lets it go. Didn't plan the ending, just let it flow. Locking the steel gates behind, stepping inside the cyber domain. Concrete walls vibrating beneath the heavy athletic strain. Cold drops of sweat hitting the floor like digital rain. We are building an unbreakable fortress out of physical pain. Yo, check the tactical layout, 3 a.m. in the cyber citadel. I'm unlocking the beast mode, frequency that the metrics tell. No slots for the hesitation, call the physical armor to win. Pure heavy titanium structure running thick underneath the skin. And I can't smash the perimeters, vibrate the system, hold the stance. We are taking over, we're taking every single chance. 1 rep, 2 reps, let the iron push to the high roof. Every scar on my body is a definitive mechanical proof. It feels the kinetic voltage rising, turn it down in my knees. Supersonic bass compression moving clean through the breeze. System override activated, the metrics start to alignment. Deep in the industrial protocol, we extract the diamond. Can you hear the mainframe coming? Stand tall. Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it all. No help will require when the terminal threshold is near. Turn the volume to maximum. Delete the static fear. Cyber citadel, activate tactical overdrive now. Slashing through the boundaries, show the rivals exactly how. No pain, no gain. Override the physical strain of the track. Absolute machine velocity. We are never looking back. Moving like a phantom striker inside the heavy steel cage. Transforming all the friction into pure athletic tactical rage. Mechanical foundations rattle, shake, divide, and expand. Standing as the ultimate rulers across this digital land. Step close, lock grip, let the heavy iron plates clash. Million views running wild on a tactical tectonic crash. Into registration when the low frequency drop deep. Waking up the sleeping warriors from their deep mental sleep. Get up, get out, the way to the ultimate max line. Overriding the obstacles, out of convention, no time. No mercy for the lazy rivals, biting hard in the dust. In this high voltage atmosphere, we put our absolute trust. Cyber citadel, activate the tactical overdrive now. Smashing through the boundaries, show the rivals exactly how. No pain, no gain, override the physical strain of the track. Absolute machine velocity. We are never looking back. From Tokyo City Circus down to European industrial lands, every single challenger in the arena is raising up their hands. No tomorrow, no yesterday, only the power of the current beat. Feel the concrete surface completely melting under our Cyber citadel, activate the tactical overdrive now. Smashing through the boundaries, show the rivals exactly how. No pain, no gain, override the physical rising thunder down in my knees. Supersonic heavy compression moving clean through the breeze. System override activated, the metrics start to align. Deep in the industrial protocol, we extract the diamond. Can you hear the system coming? Stand tall. Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it all. Turn the volume to the maximum. Unleash the beast. We are running this perimeter from west to the east. Phantom conquest explode onto the hot top floor. Non-stop repetition, loop screaming and slamming for more. Tear down the cage and this power inside the max. Healing all the fractures that they thought we couldn't fix. Steel bars are freezing cold, but the industry stays hot. 100 reps in a row. We take the final victory shot. Shrugging off the heavy shoulders, weightlifting supreme. In this cyber paradise, we dominate the ultimate dream. Boom, catch the bounce. The heavy sub bass grind, leaving all the broken failures far away behind. Distorted cyber sense, making us completely unbound. We are conquering and capturing every section of the ground. Step onto the needle stage with the absolute madness unleashed. Descend on the hardcore rhythm like an untamed digital beast. No help but needed when the chorus hits so bright. We are rewriting the destiny of the entire night. Phantom conquest explode onto the hot top floor. Non-stop repetition, loop screaming and fighting for more. Tearing down the cage and this power inside the max. Healing all the fractures that they thought we couldn't fix. Life is full of friction, heavy barriers and strain, but we got the alpha virus locked inside the brain and the stadium roar. Under flashing neon stars, we are smashing our limits, softening the old scars. Phantom conquest explode onto the hot top floor. Non-stop repetition, loop screaming and slamming for more. Tearing down the cage and the power inside the max. Healing all the fractures that they thought we couldn't fix. Keep the loop running. Titanium, focus matrix active. Solar operator standing inside the high-tech gaslighting zone, clearing up the tactical path that I have shown. Pure atmospheric gold shining clean on the display screen. Of the daily routine. Cleanest monster ever seen. Yo, 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 yo. Tactical grip on the solid steel bar, cross the numbers. Waking up the gym from his deep silent with the slumbers. Millionaire business mindset, 2026 technical design. Running fast on the track, crossing right over the line. Feel the snap back, bounce back, execute the main plan. Doing what the critics said we couldn't, yes we can. Clear out the metadata, rewrite the baseline script. Going through the heavy load with a titanium grip. No tomorrow, no yesterday, only current execution flow. Watching the numbers on the screen grow and grow. Step closer to the edge, like the bass frequency pump. This is the definitive anthem that makes the stadium jump. Feel the kinetic charge rising thunder down in my knees. Supersonic heavy compression moving clean through the breeze. System override activated, the metrics start to alignment. Deep in the industrial protocol, we extract the diamond. creating a total digital revolution inside the machine. Push the pace, let it bang through the tactical thrust. And even all the lazy rebels fighting hard in the dust, in the zone, in the flow, no goodbye, no delay. Every single episode right from today. Lock it in, pack it up, step onto the neon flag. Unleashing the digital monsters, total wild rage. Break the block, press the lock, run the track wide. Feeling the absolute swagger that we hold inside. On the steps on the display, move with supreme grace. We are rewriting the rules of this competitive space. Sonic insurrection, rolling the high glass serving show. Slap house, baseline bouncing heavy, deep below. Triumphant fitness, energy, maximum execution. When this is the stadium, where true legends begin. From Tokyo City lights to the coastal beachside lines, every single routine activity perfectly aligned. Staring through the limits that the weak used to fear. Absolute freedom is finally right. Sonic insurrection, rolling the high-class urban show. Slap house, baseline bouncing heavy, deep below. Triumphant fitness, energy, maximum execution. When this is the stadium arena where the true legends begin. Touch the golden crown. You never come down. Yeah, down, 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 down. Yeah. So yeah, 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 yeah. Sirens going through the high-rise concrete street. No, aligning my stride with the heavy 808 trap beat. Heavy brasses sounding like an elite squad battle cry. A low voice cyber angel learning exactly how to fly. Look at the direction my titanium combat boost step. Every single tactical routine is perfectly in sync. Kept swagger while confident straight through the gym parking lot. Overriding the mainframe system, taking every single shot. Yo, count the reps for the sweat, stop the place high. We don't stop until our names are written in the sky. Living under pressure, but we never crack a break. Pushing all the heavy weights for the checkers we make. Hit the baseline, drop down deep into the floor, sinking every single thought. Opening the final door, break the parameters wide. Let the good layout expand. We're building an empire across the digital land. Feel the kinetic just rising, thunder down in my knees. Supersonic heavy compression, moving clean through the breeze. System override activated, the metrics start to align. Deep in the protocol, we extract the diamond. Can you hear the system coming? Stand tall. Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it off. Turn the volume to the maximum, unleash the beast. We are running this perimeter from west to the east. Can you hear the system coming? Stand tall. Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it off. Turn the volume to the maximum, unleash the beast. We are running this perimeter from west to the east. Tectonic apex, accelerate the nitro boost. This is the dangerous empire that we produce. Gritty hip hop trap, energy pounding straight through the chest. We don't need a single second of ordinary rest. Shaking off the shadows of a broken human history, unlocking the final power of this virtual system mystery. Confident breath, vibrating deep inside the bones, standing as the absolute ruler of the high voltage zone. Drop the beat, let it crack, no more idle talk. Titanium mindset built in the way that we walk, crushing the resistance, breaking through the block, working every single minute, ticking past the clock. From the absolute bottom to the top, we build the machine. Cleanest operation that the world has ever seen. Hold the bar, hit the mark, step into the light, turning the stage routine into a legendary fight. No help required when the empire stands tall. We are answering the call, breaking down every wall. Tectonic apex, accelerate the nitro boost. This is the dangerous empire that we produce. Gritty hip hop track, energy pounding straight through the chest. We don't need a single second of ordinary rest. From Jakarta nights to the western urban skyline, every single heartbeat is a golden glowing outline. No more hesitation, forget the long side. We catch the Tectonic apex, accelerate the nitro boost. The dangerous empire that we produce. The gritty hip hop trap, energy pounding straight through the chest. We don't need a single second of ordinary rest. With a heavy swagger flow, nitro injection sequence complete. Stadium roaring, flickering, getting so incredibly loud. Standing as masters of the work, a crowd, big room house, builders driving the entire physical pace, conquering the limitations of the ordinary human race. 100 push-up, smashing through the concrete floor, adrenaline pumping, heavy screaming out for more. In the stadium lights, we are taking the golden crown. Unstoppable force, we are never ever coming down. The bad look at the pack out, Philly's the way. We are running this arena every single day. Break the sound like a pop through the massive boom, shaking the foundations of the entire room. Heavy beat baseline, moving through the dark arena zone, claiming our territory. We are never alone. Rise to the top of the stadium, lay out clean. Greatest execution that the world has ever seen. Feel the kinetic charge rising, thunder down in my knees. Supersonic heavy compression, moving clean through the breeze. System override activated, the metrics start to alignment to the industrial protocol. We set the time is. Can you hear the system coming? Can you feel the concrete shaking? Turn the volume to the maximum, unleash the beast. We are running this perimeter from west to the east. Alpha Vanguard, levitating high in the neon space, leaving all the ordinary rivals far behind in their place. A grand finale, maximum execution win. This is the arena where the true cyber legends begin. Heavyweight baseline, rolling clean down the track. Industrial precision, there is no turning back. Triumphant house music, ruling the entire night. Exploding complete into the flesh, a laser light. Hit the pace for the wow, let the hours pass. Leaving our giant footprints on the digital glass. From the ashes rising, soaring straight to the crest. Absolute anthem of the fitness fast. Tripping muscles gripping like the final hold. Seeking our name directly into the atmosphere. Gold, jump high, hit the mark, let the house beat roll. Unbeatable determination inside our cyber soul. No limits to the power that we possess tonight. Blasting the mainframe into the ultimate light. Alpha Vanguard, levitating high in the neon space, leaving all the ordinary rivals far behind in their place. Grand finale, maximum execution win. This is the arena where the true cyber legends begin. Every single activity, every small line, everything sits perfectly in the mix of time. From Tokyo Gymnasium to the wide open sea, this is the holy soundtrack of absolute victory. Victory! Leaving all the ordinary rivals far behind in their place. Grand finale, maximum execution win. This is the arena where the true cyber legends begin. Maximum execution win secure. True legends live forever. down. Robotic machinery clicking deep inside my core, grinding down the heavy iron on the blacktop floor. Industrial tech house driving the mental focus state. Step past the initial fear before it gets too late. Yo, Vandal Armageddon, execute the main script. Grabbing on the bar with a titanium front grip. No help needed in this dark warehouse cut. Pushing through the high tension, keeping my mouth shut. One rep, two reps, grip the baseline wide. Carrying the internal power that we hold inside. Move it, push it, make the baseline slam. I am the absolute master of who I am. Accelerate the cardio, treadmill, running fast. Leaving all the failures of the ordinary path. Power generator, feeling of the night routine. Running to maximum execution inside the machine. Feel the kinetic charge rising, thunder down on my knees. Supersonic, heavy compression, moving clean through the breeze. System override activated, the metrics start to align. And deep in the industrial protocol, we extract the diamond. Can you hear the system coming? I stand tall. Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it all. Turn the volume to the maximum. Unleash the beast. We are running this perimeter from west to the east. Vandal Armageddon explode into the pitch dark. Gritty cyberpunk energy, dangerous neon spark. Relentless lifting power, making the foundation shake. Watch the absolute industrial giant in the room awake. Heavy grind and baseline, ripping straight through the chest. In this high voltage atmosphere, we find our best. Edgy beam of vocals slicing clean through the noise, leaving no space for the ordinary boy. The gear, granometer, feel the spike, moving exactly how the cyber commandos like. Defying all the data, smashing through the cage, turning this heavy training into a tactical rage. Break the lock, clear the block, run it to the roof. Every drop of sweat is a mechanical groove. Grab the routine clean, let the sub bass roll. Absolute, taking back full control. Unleash the reactor core, melt down the steel line, exploding past the limits of conventional time. Armageddon explode into the pitch dark. Gritty cyberpunk energy, dangerous neon spark. Relentless lifting power, making the foundation shake. Watch the absolute industrial giant in the room awake. From the dark garage to the stadium roof, every single battle scar is a titanium proof. Challenge your spirit, running thick through the grid. We keep on rising, 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 rising. Doing what we always did. Vandal Armageddon explode into the pitch dark. Gritty cyberpunk energy, dangerous neon spark. Relentless lifting power, making the foundation shake. Watch the absolute industrial giant in the room awake. Execution fully active. We never let it slow. Reflections on my skin, feeling so bright. Shrugging up the limits, lifting up the heavy bar, driving fast through the grid beneath the neon star. Nitro tempest, accelerating the entire pace. No time for resting, we are winning this race. It's the registration when the future chords crash, exploding on the track like a supersonic match. Jump to the rhythm, let the energy expand, conquering the perimeter of the digital land. No delay, no hesitation, step into the light. We are owning every single fraction of the night. Step cut the vocal chop, snap the future chords bright, creating an absolute revolution in the night. Hit the baseline loop, catch the tactical thrust, leaving all the lazy executioners in the dust. Feel the kinetic charge rising, thunder down in my knees. Supersonic heavy compression, moving clean through the breeze. System override activated, the metrics start to alignment. Deep in the industrial protocol, we extract the diamond. Can you hear the system coming? pain. Tearing down the walls while the lazy shadows hang. Professional production quality, perfectly clean, shining like a rebel, rebel inside the machine. From the clicks to the mix, make the system pop. Absolute determination that nothing can stop. One more rep, two more reps, lift the iron high. Waking up the sleeping warriors beneath the sky. Feel the blast wave expand through the fitness floor, breaking all the historical metrics of the wall. Natural tempest. Into the open sky, explosive future waves, making our spirits fly. Intense motivation, glamorous and loud. We are taking over the entire workout crowd. From Tokyo fitness centers to European lines, every single soul in the stadium aligns. Beautiful victory, clearing out the lane. Absolute freedom, washing out the pain. Nitro tempest. Look into the open sky. Explosive future base, making our spirits fly. Intense motivation, glamorous and loud. We are taking over the entire workout crowd. Catch a laser beam flash. Unstoppable rush. Tokyo City burning under a neon eclipse. Moving face to old failure and the massive slips. I am buzzing cold, but the heartbeat is fire. Turning the fitness motivation higher and higher. The grid layout, 3 a.m. zone. Working on the physique completely alone. No stops for the weakness, yeah, we lack the control. Riding through the friction of the cyber soul. Yo, chrome outlet in the place, hear the heavy sub. Bumping up the waist, like we're running in the club. Absolute conquest, step into the zone. Claiming the power of the metallic throne. Drop the baseline, off the illusion of the synth ground. We are the elite operations on the night prowl. Defying every convention, rewriting the script, carrying the ultimate force in a tactical breath. Feel the kinetic charge rising from the down in my knees. Supersonic heavy compression moving clean through the breeze. System override activated, the metrics start to align. Deep in the industrial protocol, we extract the diamond. Can you hear the system coming? Stand tall. Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it all. Turn the volume to the maximum, unleash the beast. We are running this perimeter from west to the east. Chrome outlet, activate the drive. Deep inside the future base, feeling so alive. No pain, no gain, override the strain. Absolute velocity, running through the vein. Moving like a shadow through the high-tech space, leaving all the ordinary rebels in the place. Gritting my teeth with the 808 drop teeth, waking up the sleeping monsters from the sleep. Step of my grip, let the iron bars flash. Million views running on a tactical crash. Instant validation when the chorus hits bright. We are rewriting the destiny of the night. Break the chains, hit the lane, pull up the pace, disappearing completely from the human race. Run the floor, smash the door, lock the system tight. We are the absolute rulers of the high and light. Command the sub-frequencies, drop the straight down. Forcing the heavy tactical grid to melt and glow. Chrome outlaw, activate the drive. Deep inside the future base, feeling so alive. No pain, no gain, override the strain. Absolute velocity, running through the vein. From Santorini cliffs to Jakarta street lines, every single challenger in the world aligns. Tearing through the boundary, face the final wall. Are hyper-driven, we respond. Feel the call. Chrome outlaw, activate the drive. Inside your base, feeling so alive. No pain, Yeah. Sinking our heavy thoughts beneath the digital stars. Melodic future bass softening the old scars. After a long shift, this is the ultimate test. In this emotional zone, we find our best. Yo, quantum catalyst, look at the mountain we climb. No time for hesitation, we're running out of time. From the dark ashes rising, soaring straight to the crest. Triumph the low voice, whispering a vow. When my chest pushing the heavyweight, feel the emotional surge. On the absolute border where our destinies converge. Break the limits, face the light, wipe the tears away. We are conquering the shadows of a broken day. Wake up the soul, make the future clear. Standing victorious over every single fear. Unlocking the deep frequency through the sub-peak slam. Sinking the blueprint of exactly who I am. Feel the kinetic charge rising, further down in my knees. Supersonic heavy compression, moving clean through the breeze. System override activated, the metrics start to align. And deep in the industrial protocol, we extract the diamond. Can you hear the system coming? Stand tall. Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it up to the volume, to the maximum, unleash the beast. We run this perimeter from west to the east. Quantum catalyst exploding to the light. Triumphant victory, anthem finishing the fight. Tearing down the boundaries, master of the space. The absolute glory written on my face. Our will is locked, we never let it slide. Carrying the gold blueprint deep inside. Catching couple fragments, echo in the air. Pushing us through the weight of deep despair. Step close, feel the wow, let the hours pass by. Tomorrow's a new canvas in the stadium sky. Unbreakable, spirit heavy and profound. Shaking every foundation of the concrete ground. Wake up the soul, make the future clear. Standing victorious over every single fear. This track is alive and the pulse beats strong. I have known my destination all along. Step onto the platform, let the future chords crash. Exploding on the track like a supersonic smash. Sinking our memories directly into the light. Overriding the complications of the heavy night. Quantum catalyst exploding to the light. Triumphant victory, anthem finishing the fight. Tearing down the boundaries, master of the space. The absolute glory written on my face. From the dark garage to the stadium roof, every single drop of sweat is a titanium proof. Challenge the spirit running through the grid. We keep on rising, doing what we did. Quantum catalyst exploding to the light. Triumphant victory, anthem finishing the fight. Tearing down the boundaries, master of the space. The absolute glory written on my face. Complete. This dream we I'm a syndicate assembling the crew in the dark. Ribbon kept you lifted, catching the electric spark. Ready trap, energy pounding through the concrete floor. 100 push-ups, screaming out for more. Yeah, check the swagger walk, confident and mean. Cleanest tactical operators you've ever seen. Heavy brass tacks, sounding like a weapon of choice. Slicing through the limits with a smoking low voice. Count the bells, take the place, run the routine clean. Sinking and indirectly into the machine. No games played, be it breaking and locking the door. Leaving a permanent mark on the heavy floor. Break the resistance, face the high voltage spike. Moving into the how the cyber commandos. Lights breaking the aerosol data across the city line. Tokyo overloads running out of conventional time. The kinetic charge rising thunder down on my knees. Supersonic heavy compression moving clean through the breeze. System override activated, the metrics start to alignment deep in the industrial protocol. We are stricken down. Can you hear the system coming? Stand tall. Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it all. Turn the volume to the maximum, unleash the beast. We are running this perimeter from west to the east. Tokyo overload, activate the nitro blues. This is the high voltage empire that we produce. Crushing the resistance, breaking through the block, working every minute, ticking past the clock. city street, creating a beautiful fire. Under our heavy feet, drop the sub bass, let it grind for the blast. Leaving all the broken failures in the past. In the zone, in the flow, no goodbye, no delay. Absolute conquest, starting right from the day. Like the grip, hold the bar, never let it slide. Feeling the adrenaline that we hold inside. Step up, hit the track, make the system sound loud. We are the elite leaders who rule the crowd. No tomorrow, hesitation, run the script raw. Feeling as the heaviest squad the world ever saw. Spraying us, connection directly on the infrastructure tile. Conquering the fitness metrics with a confident smile. Tokyo overlord, activate the nitro boost. This is the high voltage empire that we produce. Crushing the resistance, breaking through the cloud. Working every minute, ticking past the clock. From Jakarta nights to the western skyline, every single heartbeat is a golden outline. No more hesitation, forget the long side. We catch the rhythm and we're ready to fly. Fly, 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 overlord. Activate the nitro boost. This is the high voltage empire that we produce. Crushing the resistance, breaking through the black. Working every minute, can pass the clock. Overlord operation complete. Non-stop tactical grind. Absolute dominion. Absolute dominion. Absolute dominion, vibrating through the savage inflow. Stylish night energy, we are pushing for more. Rhythm with technical lifting, moving exactly in style. Smashing through the limits with a dangerous smile. Instant registration when the slap house began. Moving to a blueprint that no rival can plan. Catch the bounce with the sub bass rolls so clean. Creating a total revolution inside the machine. Drop it low, lift it high, feel the muscle burn. Every single trial is another page we turn. Step back, step the track, feel the rhythm we loop. Leading the march of the elite, tactical troop. Locking in, rev it up, bounce straight to the top. We are running a session that will never stop. Unleashing the absolute fury from the deep core. Dropping the physical vessel to one more and more. Feel the kinetic charge, rising thunder down in my knees. Supersonic heavy compression, moving clean through the grease. System override, activated the metrics, on to alignment. Deep in the industrial protocol, we extract the diamond. Can you hear the system coming? Stand tall. Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it all. Turn the volume to the max, come on, unleash the beast. We are running this absolute ends. Air. Absolute dominion. Absolute dominion. Execute the neon warfare script on the gym floor. Maximum high voltage energy, slamming the door. Distorted radioactive baseline hitting so deep, waking up the sleeping giants from their winter sleep. 100 reps push the ground through the blast, shattering the record of the broken past. Bare feet gripping on the gym floor tile, moving at a radical, dangerous, hostile smile. Yo, commando style, we are clearing the lane, transforming the struggle in a permanent gain. Drop the bomb, it's the sub, watch the matrix shake. Unbreakable power in the choices we make. Step up, lock grip, let the iron bars clash. Million views running on a tactical crash. Assemble the syndicate beneath the green neon light, driving the hardcore power straight into the night. Feel the kinetic charge rising, thunder down on my knees. Supersonic heavy compression moving clean through the breeze. System override activated, the metrics start to align. And deep in the industrial protocol, we extract the diamond. Can you hear the system coming? Stand tall. Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it up, turn the volume to the maximum, unleash the beast. We are running this perimeter from west to the east. Neon warfare, shattering the entire ground. Distorted cybersynths, making us completely unbound. Non-stop, pump up loop, tearing down the cage. Master of the rage room, absolute tactical rage. Rage, 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 rage. Iron bars are cold, but the spirit stays on fire, turning the extreme motivation higher and higher. Shrugging off the shoulders, crushing all the rest. Titanium heartbeat pounding heavy inside the chest. Yo, like ripcord metal through the radioactive heat, creating a supersonic fire under our feet. No blocks to the weakness, we're taking the win. This is the final battle where the legends begin. Hardcore energy rushing straight through the vein. We are the masters of the physical pain. Smash the ceiling, rise up, take the ultimate crown. There is no force that can pull us squad down. Lock down the perimeter, run the frequency wide, sinking the digital power deep inside. Neon warfare, shattering the entire ground. Distorting cybersynths, making us completely unbound. Non-stop, pump a loop, tearing down the cage. Master of the wave room, absolute tactical rage. Rage, 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 rage. Life is full of friction, barriers and pain. We got the alpha virus running in the brain. In the stadium roar under flashing neon stars. We are breaking limits, softening the scars. Neon warfare, shattering the entire ground. Distorted cybersynths, making us completely unbound. Non-stop, pump up loop, tearing down the cage. Master of the weight room, absolute tactical rage.
Warfare protocol execution complete.
Unstoppable force. Yeah, yeah, yeah. the dust. In this tactical routine, we put our trust. Heavy brass stabs, it could win like an elite squad war. This is the dangerous summer waiting for. Yo, I'm with a stride, confident in me. Cleanest operators that you've ever seen. Carrying the top, taking your blueprint inside our head. Shaking up the lazy thoughts on the bed. The progress, like the target inside. We are executing power through the endless night. Step up to the plate, double up the heavy grind. Leaving every single limitation far behind. Activating the catalyst, triggering the sub-explosion. Washing away the physical and mental erosion. Feel the kinetic charge rising. Thunder down in my knees. Supersonic heavy compression. Moving clean through the breeze. System override, activated the metrics start to alignment. Deep in the industry protocol, we extract the diamond. Can you hear the system coming? Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it all. Turn the volume to the maximum, unleash the beast. We are running this perimeter from west to the east. Omega execution, accelerate the nitro boost. Look at the high voltage kingdom we produce. Gritty trap energy, pounding through the chest. We don't need a single second of ordinary rest. Yeah. Defying all the odds, left and right on the line. Moving past the limits of ordinary time. Confidence that's vibrating deep in the bones. Standing as the master of the fitness throne. Drop the beat, let it crash, feel the tactical thrust. Leaving all the lazy rivals biting in the dust. In the zone, in the flow, no goodbye, no delay. Absolute conquest, starting right from the day. Feel the trap bounce, let the subspace expand. We are ruling every corner of this digital land. Power elite, feel the heavy bass blast. Taking back the future, question the past. No compromise, lock the stands, take the lead. Fulfilling the highest performance that we need. Mega execution, accelerate the nitro boost. Look at the high voltage kingdom we produce. Pretty trap energy, pounding through the chest. We don't need a single second of ordinary rest. From Tokyo city lights to the western skyline, every single heartbeat is a golden outline. No more hesitation, forget the sigh. We catch the rhythm and we're ready to fly high. Omega execution, accelerate the nitro boost. Look at the high voltage kingdom we produce. Pretty trap energy, pounding through the chest. We don't need a single second of ordinary rest. Ultimate execution active. Swaggers try to the end. Radio rampage, running in the neon light, accelerating faster out of ordinary time. Bright flashing, heavy trap house beat, creating a beautiful flash. And the cardio beat, y'all sprinting through the mixture, still turning back. Sub bass pumping heavy in the glowing track. Fast walking over sprint, feel the urge and pace. Disappearing completely through the ordinary space. Got the steps to the clock, the speed limit. How we are catching the light straight from the sky. Moving, speed it up, let the overload blast. Living in the moment, running so fast. Trickling the heavy chords, watch the display grab. Absolute descending and nothing can stop. Feel the kinetic charge rising, thunder down in my knees. Supersonic heavy compression, moving clean through the breeze. System override, activated the metrics start to align. Keeping the industrial protocol, we extract ice. When in the Lucy and cleanly, it frozen cold like ice. Radio rampage, smash the entire wall. Tearing down the barrier, standing high and tall. Supreme motivation, the electric sound. We are taking over the entire ground. From Jakarta highway lines to the European lands, every single challenger is raising up their hands. No tomorrow, no yesterday, only current beat. Feel the concrete surface melting under our Radiant rampage, smash the entire wall. Tearing down the barrier, standing giant tall. Supreme motivation, liquid electric sound. We are taking over the entire ground. Overload, sequence complete. Unstoppable velocity. The final barrier is starting to crack. Melodic future bass killing me right back. Sitting in the sky, clearing out the deepest band. Triumphant vocal notes echoing in the air. Yo, apex is sure I look into the flesh and light. Tearing through the darkness of the heavy night. Masturbator drop, crashing in the chest. The absolute victory anthem of the dead stands. All at the summit for the emotional drive. This is the exact moment we feel so alive. Break the bounds on the ground, clear the history clean. We are the greatest legends inside the machine. Crossing the perimeters wide, feel the emotion as well. Sticking our name down, where the champions dwell. Feel the kinetic charge, rising thunder down in my knees. Supersonic heavy compression, moving clean through the breeze. System override activated, the metrics start to align. Deep in the industrial protocol, we extract the diamond. Can you hear the stuff coming? Stand tall. Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it all. Turn the volume to the maximum. Unleash the beast. We are running this perimeter from west to the east. Apex destroyer in the final fight. We are exploding completely into the night. Epic conclusion, ultimate victory test. Unstoppable anthem of the fitness best. Unstoppable anthem of the fitness best. Iron will is locked, we never let it slide. Carrying the gold blueprint deep inside. From the ashes rising, soaring to the peak. Unlocking the raw power that the warriors see. Step close to the wild, let the hours pass by. Tomorrow's a new canvas in the stadium sky. Unbreakable spirit, heavy and profound. Shaking every foundation of the concrete ground. Claim the reward, let the anthem resound loud. We are the undisputed rulers of the crowd. Turn it up, feel the drop, let the victory roll. Pure atmosphere goes inside of our soul. Sinking down deep, finishing the tactical routine. Cleanest operation that the world has ever seen. Apex destroyer when the final flight. We are exploding completely into the night. Epic conclusion, ultimate victory test. Unstoppable anthem of the fitness best. From Tokyo City lights to the western skyline. Every single heartbeat is a golden outline. No more hesitation, forget the side. We catch the rhythm and we're ready to fly. Apex Destroyer, win the final fight. We are exploding completely into the night. Epic conclusion, ultimate victory test. Unstoppable anthem of the fitness best. Ultimate win, fully secure. True legends live forever. Locking the steel gates behind, stepping inside the cyber domain. Concrete walls vibrating beneath the heavy athletic strain. Cold drops of sweat hitting the floor like digital rain. We are building an unbreakable fortress out of physical pain. Yo, check a tactical layout. 3 a.m. in the cyber citadel, unlocking the beast mode frequency that the metrics tell. No slots for the hesitation, called the physical armor to win. Pure heavy titanium structure running thick underneath the skin. Smash the parameters wide, break the system on the stands. We are taking over, we're taking every single chance. 1 rep, 2 reps, then I'm pushed to the high roof. Every scar on my body is the definitive mechanical proof. Feel the kinetic voltage rising, thunder down on my knees. Supersonic bass compression moving clean through the breeze. System override activated, the metric start to alignment. Deep in the industrial protocol, we extract the diamond. Can you hear the mainframe coming? Stand tall. Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it all. No help will require when the terminal threshold is near. Turn the volume to maximum, delete the static fear. Cyber Citadel, activate the tactical overdrive now. Slashing through the boundaries, show new rivals exactly how. No pain, override the physical strain of the track. Absolute machine velocity. We are never looking back. Like a battle striker inside the heavy steel cage. Transforming all the friction into pure athletic tactical rage. Mechanical foundations, rattle, shake, divide, and expand. Standing as the ultimate rulers across this digital land. Step close, lock grip, let the heavy running place clash. New views running wild on a tactical tectonic crash. Into registration when the low frequency drops deep. Waking up the sleeping warriors from the deep end. Slave, get out, push the weight to the ultimate max line. Overriding the obstacles out of conventional time. No mercy for the lazy rivals, biting hard in the dust. In this high voltage atmosphere, we put our absolute trust. Citadel, activate the tactical overdrive now. Slashing through the boundaries, show the rivals exactly how. No pain, override the physical strain of the track. Absolute machine velocity, we are never looking back. From Tokyo City circuits down to European industrial lands, every single challenger in the arena is raising up their hands. No tomorrow, no yesterday, only the power of the current beat. Feel the concrete surface completely melting under our feet. Cyber Citadel. hear the system coming? Can you feel the concrete shaking? Turn the volume to the maximum, unleash the beast. We are running this perimeter from west to the east. Phantom conquest, explode onto the hardstop floor. Non-stop repetition of screaming and slamming for more. Tearing down the cage, endless power inside the mix. Healing all the fractures that they thought we couldn't fix. Steel bars off, freezing cold, but the inner spirit stays hot. 100 reps in a row, we take the final victory shot. Shrugging off the heavy shoulders, weightlifting supreme. In this side of paradise, we dominate the ultimate dream. Boom, catch the bounce of the heavy sub-bass ride, leaving all the broken fellas far away behind. This world is ever since, making us completely unbound. We are conquering and capturing every section of the ground. Step up to the neon stage, let the absolute madness unleashed. Feasting on the hardcore rhythm like an untamed digital beast. No help are needed when the chorus hits so bright. We are rewriting the destiny of the entire night. Phantom conquest, explode onto the hardstop floor. Non-stop repetition of screaming and slamming for more. Tearing down the cage, endless power inside the mix. Healing all the fractures that they thought we couldn't fix. Life is full of friction, heavy barriers and strain, but we got the alpha virus locked inside the brain. In the stadium roar, under flashing neon stars, we are smashing our limits, softening the old stars. Phantom conquest, explode onto the hardstop floor. Non-stop repetition of screaming and slamming for more. Tearing down the cage, endless power inside the mix. Healing all the fractures that they thought we couldn't fix. Keep the loop running. Titanium, focus, matrix active. Solar operators standing inside the high-tech aquatic zone, clearing up the tactical path that I've shown. Pure atmospheric ghost, shining clean on the dance floor. Master of the daily routine, cleanest monster ever seen. Yo, tactical grip on the solid steel bar, crushing numbers, waking up the gym from his deep cellar when it's slumbers. Millionaire business mindset, 2026 technical design, running fast on the track, crossing right over the line. Feel the snap back, bounce back, execute the main plan, doing what the critics said we couldn't, yes we can. Corrupt the metadata, rewrite the baseline script, pushing through the heavy load with the titanium grip. Tomorrow, no yesterday, only current execution flow, watching the numbers on the screen grow. Step closer to the edge, let the bass frequency pump. This is the definitive anthem that makes the stadium jump. Until the kinetic charge, rising thunder down in my knees. Supersonic heavy compression, moving clean through the breeze. System override, activated the metrics, start to alignment. Deep in the industrial protocol, we track the diamond. Can you hear the system coming? Stand tall. Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it all. Turn the volume to the maximum. Unleash the beast. We are running this perimeter from west to the east. Sonic insurrection, ruling the high-class urban show. Slap house baseline, bouncing heavy deep below. Triumphant fitness energy, maximum execution win. This is the stadium arena where the true legends begin. Heavy technical, lifting, shifting gears in the pitch dark, moving down the grid like I'm leaving a permanent spark. No help I needed when the baseline drops, so incredibly clean, creating a total digital revolution inside the machine. The pace, let it bang for the tactical thrust, leaving all the lazy moves riding hard in the dust. In the zone, in the flow, no goodbye, no delay. Every single effort starting right from today. Lock it in, take it up, step onto the neon stage, unleashing the digital monster. Total wild rage, break the box like a lock, run the track wide, feeling the absolute swagger that we stadium arena where the true legends begin. From Tokyo City lights to the coastal beachside lines, every single routine activity perfectly aligns. Tearing through the limits that the weak used to be. Absolute freedom is finally right Sonic insurrection. Rolling the high glass. Urban show. Slap house, baseline. Bouncing heavy, deep below. Triumphant fitness energy. Maximum execution. This is the stadium arena where the true legends begin. Golden crown. We never come down. Bang, bang, bang. Concrete street, aligning my stride with the heavy 808 track beat. Heavy brass is sounding like an elite squad battle crap. A low voice out, but ain't learning exactly how to fly. Look at the direction, my titanium combat boot step. Every single tactical routine is perfectly as if we kept. Swagger walk, confident straight through the gym parking lot. Overriding the membrane system, taking every single shot. Yo, can't go to the sweat, stack the plates high. We don't stop until our names are written in the sky. Living under pressure, but we never crack a break. Pushing all the heavy weights for the choices we make. To the baseline, drop down deep into the floor. Sinking every single thought, opening the final door. Break up parameters wide, let the grill lay out expand. We are building an empire across this digital layer. Through the kinetic charge, rising thunder down in my knees. Supersonic heavy compression, moving clear through the breeze. System override, activated the metrics start to align. And deep in the protocol, we extract the dime. Can you hear the system coming? Stand tall, stand tall. Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it all. Turn the volume to the maximum. Unleash the beast. We are running this perimeter. From west to the east. Tectonic apex. Accelerate the nitro boost. This is the dangerous empire that we produce. Gritty hip hop trap energy penetrate through the chest. We don't need a single second of ordinary rest. Shaking off the shadows of a broken human history. Unlocking the final power of this virtual system mystery. Stats vibrating deep inside the bones. Standing as the absolute ruler of the high voltage zone. Drop the beat, let it crash, no more idle talk. Maintaining your mindset built in the way that we walk. Crushing the resistance, rapping through the block. Walking every single minute, taking past the clock. From the absolute bottom to the top, we build the machine. This operation that the world has ever seen. Hold the bar, hit the mark, step into the light. Turning this daily routine into a legendary fight. No help will require when the empire stands tall. We are answering the call. Tectonic apex, accelerate the nitro boost. This is the dangerous empire that we produced. Gritty hip hop energy coming straight through the chest. We don't need a single second of ordinary rest. From Dakota nights to the western urban skyline, every single heartbeat is a golden glowing outline. No more hesitation, forget the low side. We catch the heavy rhythm and we're ready to fly. Tectonic apex, accelerate the nitro boost. This is the dangerous empire that we produce. Gritty hip hop, energy penetrate through the chest. We don't need a single second of ordinary rest. The lefty swagger flow. complete. Stadium roar is echoing, getting so incredibly loud. Standing as the ultimate masters of the workout crowd. Big room house, palace driving the entire tactical pace, conquering the limitations of the ordinary human race. Yeah. 100 push-ups, pushing through the concrete floor. Adrenaline pumping heavy, screaming out for more. Stadium lights, we are taking the golden crown. Unstoppable force, we are never ever coming down. Look at the pack, alpha lead the way. We are running this arena every single day. Break the silence, make it pop. There's a magic rule, shaking the foundations of the entire room. Every baseline, moving through the dark arena zone, claiming our territory. We are never alone. Rise to the top of the stadium, lay out clean. Greatest execution that the world has ever seen. Feel the kinetic charge rising, thunder down in my knees. Supersonic, heavy compression, moving clean through the breeze. The override activated, the metric start to align. Deep in the industrial protocol, we extract the diamond. Can you hear the system coming? Can you feel the conga shaking? Turn the volume to the maximum, unleash the beast. We are running this perimeter from west to the east. Alpha Vanguard, levitated high in the neon space. Leaving all the ordinary rivals far behind in their place. Grand finale and the maximum execution win. This is the arena where the true cyber legends begin. Baseline rolling clean down the track, industrial precision, there is no turning back. Triumphant house music ruling the entire night, exploding completely into the flash of laser light. Check the pace of the wow, let the hours pass, leaving our giant footprints on the digital glass. From the ashes rising, falling straight to the crest. Absolute anthem of the fitness best. Dripping muscles dripping like the final hole, sinking on indirectly to the honest driven goal. Jump high, hit the mark, let the house beat roll. The beatable determination is out outside the soul. No limits to the power that we possess tonight. Blasting the mainframe into the ultimate white light. Alpha Vanguard, levitating high in neon space. Leaving all the ordinary rivals far behind in their place. Grand finale and the maximum execution win. This is the arena where the true cyber legends begin. Every single activity, every small line, everything sits perfectly in the mix of time. From Tokyo gymnasiums to the wide open sea, this is the holy soundtrack of absolute victory. Alpha Vanguard, levitating high in the neon space. Leaving all the ordinary rivals far behind in their place. Grand finale and the maximum execution win. This is the arena where the true cyber legends begin. Maximum execution win. Secured. True legends live forever. Heavy night, home reflections on my skin, feeling so bright. Shrugging up the lens, looking at the heavy bar. Never dance to the good beneath the neon star. Natural fist, accelerating the entire pace. No time for resting, we are winning this race. It's a registration when the future chorus crash. Exploding on the track like a supersonic smash. Jumping to the rhythm, let the energy expand. Conquering the perimeter of the digital land. No delay, no hesitation, step into the light. We are owning every single fraction of the night. Cause the vocal chops set the future chorus bright. Creating an absolute revolution in the night. energy zone, all the doubts go hush. Must make your pop patterns underlying the heavy beat, creating a beautiful fire under our cardio feet. Like the vocal hit the drop, let the sub bass bang, tearing down the walls where the lady shadows hang. Professional production quality, perfectly clean, shining like a rebel inside the machine. Count the takes, feel the mix, make the system pop. Absolute determination and nothing can stop. One more rep, two more reps, lift the iron high. Waking up the single warriors beneath the sky. Feel the blast wave expand through the fitness floor, breaking all the historical matrix of the war. Show fingers, look into the open sky. Explosive future bass, making our spirits fly. Intense motivation, glitz glamorous and loud. We are taking over the entire workout crowd. From Tokyo fitness centers to European lines, every single soul in the stadium aligns. Beautiful victory clearing out the lane. Absolute freedom, washing out the rain. Nitro tempest, look into the open sky. Explosive future bass, making our spirits fly. Intense motivation, but glamorous and loud. We are taking over the entire workout crowd. Catch the laser beam flash. Unstoppable rush. Tick a toe kill, city burning under a neon eclipse, moving past the old failure and the mental slips. Iron bars are cold, but the heartbeat is fire, turning the fitness motivation higher and higher. To the grill at 3 a.m. zone, working on the physique completely. I'll go, no slack for the weakness that we lock the control. Running through the friction of the cyber soul. Yeah, chrome outlaw in the place. It's all open up the waist like we're running the club. Absolute conquest, step into the zone. Claiming the power of the metallic gold. Baseline modulation at the center. We have the elite operations on the night proud. Flying every competition, rewriting the script. Carrying the ultimate force in our tactical grip. Feel the kinetic charge rising, thunder down in my knees. Supersonic heavy compression, moving clean through the breeze. System override activated, the metrics are to alignment. Take the industrial protocol, we extract the diamond. Can you hear the system coming? Stand tall. Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it all. Fill the volume to the maximum, unleash the beast. We are running this perimeter. From west to the east. Come outlaw, activate the drive. Deep inside the future base, feeling so alive. No pain, no gain. Override the strain. Absolute velocity, running through the brain. Moving like a shadow through the high-tech space, leaving all the ordinary rebels in their place. Gritting my teeth as the angle ray drops in, waking up the sleeping monsters from their sleep. Off a grip, let the iron bars clash. Million views running on a tactical crash. It's a validation when the corporative break. Rewriting the destiny of the night. Break the chains, with the lane, double up the pace. Disappearing completely from the human race. On the floor, smash the bar like the system tight. Beyond the absolute, will the higher light. And then the sub-frequencies drop it straight down low. Forcing the heavy tactical greed to melt it low. Chrome outlaw, activate the drive. Inside the future base, feeling so alive. No pain, no gain. Override the strain. Absolute velocity, running through the vein. Down, 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 down. Sinking our heavy thoughts beneath the digital stars. Melodic future bass softening the old stars. After a long shift, this is the ultimate test. In this emotional zone, we find our best. Yeah, quantum catalyst, look at the mountain we climb. No time for hesitation, we're running out of time. From the dark ashes rising, soaring straight to the crest. Triumphant low voice, whispering a vow in my chest. Pushing the heavyweight, feel the emotional surge. It's on the absolute border where our destinies converge. Yeah, break the limits, take the light, wipe the tears away. We are conquering the shadows of a broken day. Wake up the soul, make the future clear. Standing victorious over every single fear. Unlocked in a deeper frequency, feel the soul kick slam. Sinking the blueprint of exactly who I am. Feel the kinetic charge rising, thunder down in my knees. Supersonic, heavy compression, moving clean through the breeze. System override activated, the metrics start to alignment. Deep in the industrial protocol.
快到喽。
Can you hear the system coming? Stand up. Can you feel the concrete shaking? Take it all. Turn the volume to the maximum. Unleash the beast. We are running this perimeter from west to the east. Quantum catalyst, explode into the light. Triumphant victory, anthem finishing the fight. Tearing down the boundaries, master of the space. The absolute glory written on my face. I will is locked, we never let it slide. Carrying in the gold blueprint deep inside. Catchy vocal fragments echo in the air, pushing us through the weight of deep despair. Close to the wild, let the hours pass by. Tomorrow's a new canvas in the stadium sky. Unbreakable spirit, heavy and profound. In every foundation of the concrete ground. Wake up the soul, make the future clear. Standing victorious over every single fear. This track is alive, till the pulse beats strong. I know my destination all along. Sound bomb to the people, let the future chords crash. Exploding on the track like a supersonic smash. Taking the memories directly into the light. Overriding the complications of the heavy night. Quantum catalyst, explode into the light. Triumphant victory, anthem finishing the fight. Tearing down the boundaries, master of the space. The absolute glory written on my face. The dark garage to the stadium roof. Every single drop of sweat is a titanium proof.